Hey Manny, how's it going? Does it sound okay? I gotta play with the balance here a little bit. Hey Manny, how's it going? Does it sound okay? I gotta play with the balance here a little bit. Cool, thanks. I did a quick test, but it's hard to tell the music balance sometimes, and I don't want either to overpower. Don't want to just hear me droning on. But it's nice to have a little bit of background music at least. This is an ambient generator called Mirror on flowful.app/player. Interesting little free stuff online. Let's see. Let me do a quick, before I forget, let me do a quick announcement. A couple places just so people know to come. Not everybody looks at the channel. And are you seeing the image of the park? Okay, Manny, is that showing up all right? The nature site. Seconds here, gotta check this other thing. Stuff always takes longer to set this up than it should. Let's do this guy. Come on, come on. Okay, almost there. Check that. Paste that. There we go. Size, next, and paste that dumb thing. Cool. All done with the paperwork, so to speak. Cool. So, oh yeah, you like that? That's what happens when My Keystep Pro was acting up last night. It's got some glitch. I might have to get it serviced. I don't know what the hell is wrong with it, but it's doing a crazy light show, and lights are getting stuck and flickering, and the screen is jumping around. Encoders aren't changing, but it resets several times. It's kind of unusable, and it's like I gotta finish this thing. So with limited time left, and my original idea totally destroyed, I thought, well, I haven't done a proper all one machine, all parts from the drum yet. So I just got the loop rod, just made a little quick thing. So had to do it before I could go to bed. All I could manage. Employee discount, yeah. Okay, so this is Edgewood Park, and I guess it's San Mateo County. I don't know the counties all here that well, but really nice native serpentine soil grassland. So the state rock, California, and has a certain calcium magnesium balance that makes the soil slightly unfavorable to typical European plants. So when the Europeans came over here with all their plants, a lot of the weeds and other things couldn't establish themselves very quickly because the balance was different than the typical soil that some of the plants are used to. But the plants here evolved with that balance and made do with it. So you had like possibly stunted growth and some different, things going on with the plants that made them grow a little bit differently, and just they were fairly hardy because they had to deal with these different conditions in the soil. And if you walk around this place, you'll still see naturally some areas where the European invasives have really not touched much, which is really special. Kind of naturally protects itself from being overgrown with all kinds of wheat and ryegrass and oat and all the typical European stuff that takes off, as well as this thing called teasel, which makes these kind of large, woody, spiky things. It's just a bunch of other stuff. They're on the periphery of the park, but then in the core of the park, which you're looking at right here, this hill and the stuff around it is a lot of serpentine grassland. So a lot of native plants here, a lot of beautiful wildflowers in the spring, and they pretty much have their own little show, untouched by invasives, and it's been protected a long time ago. It was going to become a golf course, as usual with most things around here, and a lot of fighting to protect it because it's also part of the watershed of the local Crystal Springs Reservoir just down the road. Just to the left of this image is a fairly noisy Highway 280. So it's not 100% quiet, pristine place, but other than 280, it's pretty damn quiet. It's not super busy. You get some horses here and there. You hear occasional planes here and there, but it's pretty much just Highway 280 noise, which isn't too bad as the wind blows it away sometimes. And this kind of beautiful view of the bay. So if you look straight through this mountain, you're looking right at San Francisco in the distance, very, very small. You look to the right, off screen, and you're looking right down at San Francisco Bay toward Palo Alto, Redwood City, and all that kind of stuff. And then further to the right, you'll see San Jose and Mount Hamilton and stuff like that. So it's a beautiful place for a view and bird watching and plants and just exercise, and windy, nice temperature there sometimes. So yeah, and then this ridge on the top is a little bit of oak woodland, and then as you get into around this little curve, is my cursor showing up here? Can't tell if my cursor's showing up or not. You get the I think my cursor, yeah, this is my cursor. Okay. You get the this oak woodland on the ridge here, and then as you go around the bend, you go through a little bit of chaparral, lots of oak woodland, and then go around the backside, and it's all chaparral around the backside here. And it can be really, really hot and dry in the summer, but the oak woodland near the top and kind of edge of the mountain is pretty pleasant, even on a hot day. So that's a place I went looking for fungi and lichens and stuff, because it's pretty good for that. It's not the best known place for it, but I wanted to go for a walk here because it's one of my favorite spots, and it's been really rainy and wet lately, so I figured I'll find something. And I'll find a few things, some shelf fungi and stuff, but not too much. I went to another park for about 20 minutes because they were going to close over. It's called Wonder Lake, which is pretty good. So I have a few shots from there too, as well as some samples. So anyway, enough of me yakking. Let's look at some stuff here. Let me switch. If I can go to the next shot. This is auto zooming, unfortunately. So let me pull it back out. So this is an example of going through the oak woodland area. On the edge of the chaparral, a lot of the lichens just encrusting all the trees. So I got some samples of some of these lichens, and that's what I'm going to look at first. So let's switch to my other app here. And now we should be on the scope app, I hope. Why is it not switching to the scope app? Switch windows around a bunch here because I'm getting what OBS is seeing, but I got to see what YouTube is seeing. Yeah, it's still seeing the pictures. Why is it not switching to the M scope? Gotta love this stuff. It's not as cut and dry as it should be. Tried to get a little fancy tonight with some pictures, and it kind of made it a little more complicated. Let's go here. Window. M scope. There we go. Now I got my amp scope, so let's get a little sample out of a lichen. So this is what they call foliose lichen, leaf-like. It's not the kind of spiky, hairy, thready kind of stuff. It's more like a bumpy, leafy stuff. So let me get my little thing out here. Okay, that's that one. That's not the one I wanted. I wanted to get a piece of. Got these Japanese bento boxes on Amazon. Make an excellent sample carrier, sequestered and sealed so they stay moist and they stay separate. And everything gets all covered with other things. It's quite nice, actually. Okay, where did that guy go? I had that other sample file. I think it's in this one. Oh, I think it's this one here. Sorry, I have too many samples. I collected a lot of stuff. Okay, here we go. So first I'm going to put it on the dissecting scope because it's just easier to enjoy it in its 3D nature. So let me swap cameras real quick here. Bring this up. Pull that out. And get this to select that guy. Come on, buddy. Why are you not cooperating? That's really odd. Should be coming right up. sees the camera. It's very strange. Good old Windows, sometimes you gotta reattach the camera. Well, that's a first since I started using this new camera. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to switch back to the scope that was working. Unless it's not the scope. It might be this USB port. Sometimes this USB port's act up. I just did. It's giving me errors now. Come on, guys. Be nice. You're doing capture. Don't seem to like that port. I wonder if this cable got wacky on this thing. All the technology, it's not always plug and play. The cursor's showing up, but the camera doesn't want to see itself. And I don't want to use the old camera. This new camera is so much better. But I may have to. I had no trouble with it for several days. I'm going to quit the app. Might be something wrong with the goofy app. See, now it's happy. It's just the app. Gotta tell you, Windows pays my bills for my job, but goddamn, it's annoying. Okay. So that's working now. Maybe we'll work on the other scope, because I really do need to show it on this other scope. Yes, no, yay. Looks like it's doing it. Yay. Okay, cool. God, what a nightmare. Sorry, Manny, this is real exciting, isn't it? Live tech difficulties. Oh, hey, Chibi. Thanks for joining. Had some tech difficulties. This is making a lot of fun this time. Usually I don't have these dumb problems. Okay, so let's fix this lighting. Turn this off. That's not looking right. Auto exposure is not working correctly. So do a little manual. Do a little zoom out. There's my little lichen specimen. But the frame rate just took a dive. Oh, that's why I went to the goddamn roof. There we go. Much better. Of course, it's way out of depth of field. And now the exposure's goofed up. Lovely. Okay. 10 minutes later, Folios lichen. Wrong way. Gotta think backwards. So it looks like crumpled paper, kind of like the paper you make in art class. See if I can get a little closer. There's a lot of texture here. This one doesn't have the little, I'm not seeing any spore forming regions on this one. Actually, yeah, we're getting some little structures there. I have another one here that's even more showy. Let me show that one first. It really shows the, you get different kinds of fungi making these lichens. Essentially, a lichen is basically an association between a fungus and an algae, or a fungus and an algae and a blue-green algae, like a cyanobacteria, or sometimes a fungus and just a cyanobacteria, depending on what species you're talking about. And the really interesting thing is they have different structures based on the type of fungus you have. So for like a Ascomycetes group of fungi, you have these little cup structures called apothecium or apothecium, depending who you talk to. And you get in those here a little bit, little tiny cup-like things, but this one's even more impressive because it's very colorful and it literally looks like a little cup. And let me get that. Focus a little better there. So the spores will sit on there and get blown away by the wind. Very colorful. You can't miss them. They're all over rocks. They're all over some of the chaparral bushes and stuff. This one actually got higher up into the chaparral. The other one was more closer to the kind of the ecotone between chaparral and oak woodland. But yeah, beautiful little structures. Very colorful. The rest of the lichen looks pretty much just like the one I showed you. It's just a little kind of blue, kind of gray-green foliose lichen, but it has this beautiful structure that comes out of it for spore formation. Really nice. And I think I have a picture of that one in situ as well here. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see if I can switch this and not freak out OBS. Let's go back to pictures here. So here you can see, is that cursor showing up okay? I have to keep checking because I can't tell. I think it is. I think I had to be on the actual graphics window to show that. I can never tell with this thing. No, it looks like it's still got the microscope thing on there. Oh no, there's the cursor. I saw it show up. It's delayed. Okay, so this is where I sampled some of the folio stuff, and then you can see some colorful structures here formed on the lichens. A couple different spots here. If I go forward a little bit, there's some of the. I also got some moss to look for some tardigrades in a while. Here's another section of the foliose lichen here. And why is it doing that? So how do you move this guy? This guy? Yeah, there we go. So they're often growing right next to each other because this area is quite moist for the moss, but the lichens can take or leave it. They can be in a pretty dry area too. So, and then I'm about to show some of these. Oh yeah, I got a little sample of a beautiful little fern, little goldback fern. I was going to try and get some of those spore prints because the spores are beautiful. It's kind of a gold color. And just jump through a couple more of these before I switch back to the scope. Then I had some. That's the same shot duplicated. And then I got some, what is this one? Oh yeah, maidenhair fern, very delicate. You can buy these in the stores. They're very common household use, but they're just beautiful in the wild. Got a sample of those to look at. They're not much to look at as far as a general structure. They're just, you know, delicate, nice looking little guys. Oh yeah, here's some more of the ropey, hairy, stringy lichens that are typical, hanging off the trees, like old man's beard, things like that. I'm not sure what kind this one is. This might be an Usnea, but there are a bunch of different genera of these lichens. And these are the ones that are very common hanging from trees, drapey, thready stuff. So I'm going to try and find my sample of that now, so you can see what that looks like under the scope. Where's my drapey bit? While I'm looking for that, here's some moss I collected. I'll switch back to the scope. Switch back to the scope now, please. According to this, it's showing it, but YouTube has a delay in it, so I can't tell if you guys can see it yet. But the active border is on my scope program. Zoom out on this guy. Looks like it's not showing it yet. Why is it not switching? What is going on with this guy? Scope. There we go. Now it's switching. So this is the moss that's in that picture I collected. Really hard to find tardigrades even when you zoom in on this kind of stuff, because at this level they're most likely desiccated on this sample. And as I've shown in some other live streams, tardigrades are actually resurrected from this dried moss. They'll actually go into an advanced, I mean, birds and some mammals and other animals go through the torpor phase, which is just kind of a mild hibernation. But these guys go through a thing called a tun state, where basically they actually shut down body processes. They kind of curl up and produce a bunch of compounds to essentially isolate them from the environment. And this is why they've taken them into space, exposed them to a vacuum, and they actually survived. So tardigrades are really amazing. In fact, supposedly, I think there was an accident where there was a sample they were doing on the moon. Supposedly there were a bunch of tardigrades that spilled on the moon, but I'm not sure if that's a wives' tale or not. But they could survive for a period of time anyway, and be resurrected if they're brought back to a proper atmosphere and allowed to warm up, and then you hydrate them, just like you do off this dried moss. And pretty interesting little guys. So that's, can I get a better shot of that? Let's see it. It's a little dark on here for some reason. Got an extra light here I can put on here. It's also a can also shine light from below as well. So you're not going to see much here unless there's some like tiny little arthropods or something on here. It's fairly uninteresting in this state because it's kind of dried up. You see the little scaly nature of the leaves. What's cool about it is how the structure of the moss is. It's perfectly the capillary action of the water hitting the branch and running up the leaves, and it just hydrates so well just from a couple drops of water in a certain spot. It just spreads rapidly, and then the leaves start to unfurl and get very lively looking. So moss is pretty amazing stuff. So that was that. I'm trying to find the lichen. I got so many samples this time. It's kind of crazy. Thought I had one of my little tubes. Let's see what's in this one. It's more moss. empty. I may have put some in my little bento box here. That's a water sample. That's a fungus. Seems I misplaced my hairy looking lichen sample. That's unfortunate. I may have dropped the tube somewhere else, or maybe it's in the car, maybe falling out of my pocket. Anyway, so you got a picture of it anyway, you get the idea what it looks like. So the next thing we'll go to is one of these shelf fungi. This is a kind of a pale version of a turkey tail. And you'll see because it has that banded pattern like a turkey's tail feathers have. This one's not as showy as they usually are, but quite interesting. Zoom out here. Fix the damn exposure. Sometimes you have to do the auto and then you got to turn it off. This thing is weird. And the manual exposure here on the light. And you can just make out those patterns. See the banding pattern? Real subtle on this one. Some of them are quite nice arced bands, and then these kind of radiant points, kind of like a turkey tail feathers going through the pattern. Let me go back. I'm sorry, I'm not watching the chat. So you guys are asking me questions. I'm being irresponsible here. Hey Wagyu, how's it going? Sorry if I missed you for a while. I've been had a bunch of tech difficulties this time. It's a lot of fun. Wasting time with cameras and OBS issues and stuff. Anyway, this is turkey tail fungus, called shelf fungus because it attaches here onto an edge, and the hyphae grow into the wood and make a nice, really, I mean, I had to rip this guy off pretty hard. They're really sturdy connectors into the wood, and you can see the edge here. And you flip it a little bit more and you can see the gills, just like your typical mushroom. And that's where your spores are formed inside there. So you can't always just kind of tap them and get spores out of them. This is called spore prints, used not only for artwork but also for identification. The spore print color, you can do acid-base tests on the spores to get different reactions out of it to help identify mushrooms. There's all kinds of stuff. Lichens, the same thing. You carry like sodium hydroxide and phenol and all kinds of stuff in the field. All these chemicals to do field tests to identify the species. But I'm just showing the kind of the macro structures now on the dissecting scope, and I'm going to do a couple quick cut sections and put them on the compound scope to look at the spore producing areas. But very delicate little guy. I mean, this is basically the entire length of this piece that's on camera here is just over 1 inch long, so pretty small. So that's one of the turkey tails. I have another turkey tail that's more impressive, I think, unless I also lost that one. Where did that sample go? I have that one, I have that one, I have, what's that other container? You'll find this amusing, Wagyu. I'm using bento boxes for field cases for samples because the partitioning is excellent. They keep the things separate from getting mixed together. They keep the samples moist and they don't spill out and make a big mess in my little bag. And you carry like a lunch bag around your shoulder, kind of like a little camera bag. So it's a perfect little field kit for doing samples and such. I don't know where the container went. I thought the bento box had 3 layers, but I'm only seeing 2 layers now. That's bizarre. Anyway, let's see if I can find the other turkey tail in one of these containers. I got some really nice, I think this is it here. I got some really nice water samples at beautiful little algae-filled pool from the rainwater. It's really, really nice. Should be all kinds of cool critters in that. So here's a turkey tail that was kind of growing on top of itself, kind of ingrown, overgrown, kind of morphing together. It's so big I'm gonna have to zoom out. It's more of a typical fleshy shell fungus look to it, but it has some markings on it, kind of like a turkey tail. See there, kind of markings, the fan-like markings there. This one's quite woolly, soft, and smushy, corky, compared to the other one I showed you. It's more firm. And you can see how they kind of grew over each other and kind of fused. And how the gill sections kind of overlap, because they kind of grew together. Really interesting. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, kind of just it's still real soft and fleshy. It's not like you have those artist conch. I don't know if you guys have seen a conch before. It's a shell fungus that has this spore producing part on the bottom, and it drops the spores and they kind of blow up onto the top side. And I think the top also might produce spores as well, but it's this really cool, shiny, but soft white surface, and it stains when you mark it. So they're famous for people doing graffiti on them and art going back hundreds of years, you know, as long as they're around till they dry up and stuff. But you can leave messages for your friends on them and trees and stuff. Artist conch. So that's another shell fungus. Then I have, where'd that one go? I have that piece, I have that piece. Oh, here it is on the floor. Oh, here's the lichen I was looking for, I think. No, that was a different one. This is a cool little mushroom. Of course, these are delicate, so it broke when I was collecting it, but and these are hard to, I don't know these very well, so I can't really identify them, but this is kind of like the, you can see this very well, how it broke. Let me zoom out a little bit. It doesn't quite have the pointy caps like the Cybe group, the Hygrocybe and the witch's cap style group of mushrooms, but it's got a really kind of a velvety top on it. Really catches the light, like a sheen. I almost walk right past this one. I mean, it's just sitting in leaf litter, perfect camouflage. Could barely even see it. So it's very nondescript from the top, and then the bottom has a nice kind of this light's not doing it justice. It's kind of a nice milk chocolate look to it almost. And it has one of these kind of little kind of wimpy stipe, the little stalk here that it sits on. It's also shiny. See the shiny nature of the stalk. So these are pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not sure what species it is, but I just love that sheen. A really nice look to it. Nice color, nice sheen, almost like a bronzy kind of look to it. So there's that guy. Could cut that up in a while. And then the biggest one I could find, I didn't find any agaricus and all the typical stuff you'd think you'd find, like you find on your lawns at home and stuff, but I found this guy, and it's just way too big to even put under the thing, so I'm gonna have to cut a piece of it right now. I do have a picture of it I can show. I'm trying to talk. So, So I need to switch the camera here so you can see the picture again. Okay, there's the lichen I can't find. Let's go to my pictures again. This is just some plants in the area. That's called hound's tongue, Sonoglossum grande. It's a really nice plant with flowers on it. I hate this auto zoom thing on this. There's the other type of lichen that has the little fruiting parts on it, well, the spore areas before I harvested it. It's very colorful. And that's where I got the small shelf fungus from that log right there. And the bigger one you just saw that's overlapping is on that log. And what's this one? A duplicate? Oh no, there's that little guy I just showed you in the leaf litter. Walking by, you wouldn't even see it. It's very, very small. And what's this? Oh, this is just some funny other things. This looks like an Easter Island kind of thing with the mouth and the face here. These moss-covered trees are fun. I can show this one in a little bit. This is Indian Warrior. It's a beautiful flower. It comes up this time of year. It's Indian Warrior and Indian Paintbrush. They're very similar looking, but they're totally different genera. And just a couple more shots on the trail of the moss and the lichens, just having a great time. It's just really moist on that part of the trail. Okay, so that's... I can't find the shot of the mushroom I'm trying to show you. It might be at the very end. Let me jump ahead a little bit. I think it's this one, maybe. No, that's some other plants I was going to show. California sagebrush and sticky monkey flower, but there's some water I got samples from. More water I got samples from. Trying to get to the other mushroom I'm going to show you. There's a California state rock serpentinite, kind of a blue-green. Kind of has some ropey sections. Kind of it's related to asbestos at some point. But I'm not a super geologist, so I can't tell you too much about it. And this other park had beautiful redwoods and stuff, and I found this other mushroom here. Got some mosses and ferns here. Nice shot of the trail. I'm just trying to find that mushroom I'm going to show you. I think it's this one. There it is right there. A little cluster of mushrooms. It's kind of broken a little bit. It's not as beautiful as like a russula, which is very red, but I'm going to cut a little piece of it and put it under the scope so you can see the color here. So I have to go back here, choose this guy. So now, go back here, and that should have converted. Why did it? Oh, hit the wrong window. There we go. So now, I get the color balance right. You can see the gills on this one. Looks like it's been partially, I can't tell if that's been eaten or not by something. It's got some specks on it there. And there's the top of it, kind of a brownish, again, fairly nondescript. It's not colorful like some of the mushrooms are, and they're just beautiful. And then you can see when you get a side view of it into the side of the mushroom there. It's kind of torn up a little bit. It's not that cool, but anyway, you get the idea. So that's the biggest mushroom I could find. Unfortunately, it just wasn't as eventful as I hoped it would be. Let me go back and check the chat now, because I'm on the one screen here. Yeah, slime molds. I did look for slime molds. There's a really cool one here called Witch's Butter, which is this bright yellow gelatinous thing. And it just looks really bizarre. It looks almost like a weird dessert that you would eat. But there's a whole interesting thing about those slime molds. If you guys have heard about them or seen shows on them, where they're basically little free living amoeboid guys that basically cruise around and they'll swarm. There's a certain chemical signal they can use to swarm and start forming a giant cluster and fruiting bodies and stuff. What are you doing? Shh. Quiet. I will. I'm getting to it. Watch your. Be quiet. So anyway, they form these fruiting bodies, and if you watch that new show, The Last of Us, there's actually an opening credit sequence where they kind of show one animated, you know, three-dimensional. It's not real, but it looks pretty good. They did a good job in the animation. So, fungi influencers, yeah, that's a good one, Manny. Yeah, these are, so I was saying earlier, I showed some pictures earlier, Paul, they got these from. Some of these are from a park here called Edgewood Park. It was actually saved from being a golf course many years ago. It's a special place because it has a lot of special soil chemistry, so the native plants do really well there. The invasive European plants never got a chance to take over. So it's kind of a special place. They also found the San Francisco Bay checker spot butterfly there, which is an endangered species, and they've also found San Francisco garter snakes there, which are also endangered species. I've never seen them there. I've seen them other places, but so it's kind of a special place for all that stuff. And then the other place is a little park, kind of snobby town called Woodside nearby. It's a little park called Wunderlich, which is pretty good for hikes and stuff. That's where I got this last one, which is a big honking mushroom, so big I had to cut a tiny piece to even show it to you on the scope. And then if I can get a shot of the bottom, I'm gonna pull a piece of the bottom out. This is off this. This is starting to decay. It's been sitting around for a while. It's moist, but you can see how the mycelium joins to form the stipe here, the stalk. Oh, this damn thing is auto-exposing again. And it's not very detailed. Let me try another piece here. You can make out at the bottom these thready bits, woolly bits. They're the mycelial threads from underground that are on the top part of the dirt. I don't know if you can see that very well. It's kind of small, but it looks woolly, cottony, kind of. That's mycelium, which is just hundreds and thousands of hyphae joined together. The funny thing is that The Last of Us, they show the tendrils moving in the characters' mouths that have been infected, and fungi don't have motility. Only the slime molds have the motility. Hyphae just grow. That's how they go from one place to another. They just continue to grow. They can't move on their own like protozoans can and cyanobacteria can and stuff. So that is that guy there. I should save some of these for the other scope. This mycelium might be interesting. It's very woolly. Couple more things while I have the dissecting scope going. Some plant stuff here. This is the Indian warrior. It's been over a day since it was picked, so it's not looking as good as it could. It's also too big for this scope at this angle there, but you can see the ruffled, toothed leaves there and the delicate flowers. It's actually mostly bract, so you have to get inside to really see the flowers, but kinds of layers upon layers upon layers. This Indian warrior. And then I have, this is sticky monkey flower. This is funny because on the underside, it might actually show up here on this scope. It's got these resinous glands. You can kind of make it out there a little bit. When you touch it and you grab it like that, the underside actually grabs onto your finger. Hence the name sticky monkey flower. The leaves are sticky and the flower actually looks kind of like a face of a monkey. In fact, when the insect goes into it to get the nectar, it actually can partially constrict around the insect with just like a basic turgor pressure thing to make sure the anthers touch the back of the insect, and then when it transfers to the next flower, it also touches the stigma of the female part of the flower to pollinate it. But yeah, it's first time I had a chance to look at this before. It's interesting, very sticky, a little bit hairy, but also sticky there. Resin produced by the sticky monkey flower. The top is just kind of a shiny, depending on the type, it can be kind of a basic shiny leaf. Nothing too special about it. And some are harder than this. This is a kind of a soft version. Some in the chaparral, they get really, really hard and shiny to survive the hot, dry area. So that's sticky monkey flower leaf. This is California sagebrush, which is not even a sage, yet it smells just like sage. It's this kind of convergent evolution thing where they have similar compounds, totally different plants. And there's a critter in there. You see that? A little bug there. He's on the plant. Where'd he go? Could be a small beetle or an aphid. Have to make my window smaller. It's covering up my YouTube. Yeah, Last of Us, the show is very different than the game. I haven't played the game, but I know about some of it anyway. But it's a pretty interesting show. It's sci-fi, more fiction than science, but it's actually a lot of fun. I think the game paid more attention to the spore aspect of it, from what I've heard. So they're wearing gas masks a lot to survive. But you're not going to have Pedro Pascal walking around with those gas masks. People want to see his face, right? So they had to make a concession for the show, so they don't have to have all the spores. So this, I thought I saw a little bug cruising around. But this says, to survive in the chaparral, it has to be fairly hairy, and even though it feels kind of soft to the touch, it actually has, it's able to handle the dry weather quite well. It's very, very fragrant, really nice plant. So yeah, that's California sagebrush. What else we got here? These are the, what was this? No, I already showed that one. Okay. Oh, a couple of leaves here. Give me 1 second. Looks like my AC adapter is not working. Just a second here. I'm saved. There's a power issue there for a bit. A couple of the quick plant things. They're not dramatically interesting probably under the scope, but they're just kind of fun to talk about. If you guys know bay for seasoning for food, Mediterranean bay is very common even over here, because this is California bay. It's also called bay laurel, and it has the same compounds as Mediterranean bay, but it's a hell of a lot stronger. They actually call it Native Americans call it a headache tree, because you inhale it enough, it'll give you a headache. But it's really good as natural dog bedding. Make your dog smell nice, and also keep the pests away. It's one of those fragrant things that the pests don't like. So fleas don't like it, ticks don't like it. But here's a nice little leaf venation there. Zoomed out, it looks pretty plain, but this is kind of a nice look here. And it's I can just smell it here. It's a very strong leaf. It's a compound called umbelluone, because the genus is Umbellularia. It's a species Californica. And here's the top part where it's a little tougher. So you can see it's like raised bumps there. Let's get a little closer if I can. That's kind of cool. So a little bit of leaf action there. And again, from far away, fairly nondescript, not very interesting. But nice plant on the walk. You can smell it in the air, and you can also crush it and smell it in your hand if you want to get a good whiff. And ferns. This one actually has spores on it. This is a California polypody fern. Just kind of a loby look to it. You can actually see the spores underneath, poking, making indentations from the bottom and raising little bumps on the top. So you know before you even turn it over, you're going to find something cool on it. And sure enough, when you turn it over, bam, little spore packets there. And they have this little, it's like an umbrella thing. Some of them have a little more structure than this. Some have just like a little, almost like a paper covering. And some have like a central stalk. It's like a beach umbrella that the spores are hanging out underneath for protection. Let's get a good one here. That'll pretty much look the same. So crank in a little bit further. These would be fun to put under the other scope too, close up. But you can see they're quite soft because they're in a shady, wet area most of the time. So they're not really firm. You can see the tip of my, for scale, the tip of my forceps here, which aren't very delicate forceps, but got to do a scale there. So that's California polypody. So I got spores everywhere. Spores on the ferns, spores on the fungi, spores on the lichens, which are basically fungi as well, with the algae inside. What else we got here? There's bay leaf. One more plant thing before I go to the other scope. These are coast live oaks, which are really, really nasty looking things. Of course, they have to survive in the harsh chaparral and the oak woodland. And you can see it's hard to get kind of big, so I have to basically break a leaf off so you can see it, one leaf. But they're incredibly spiky and gnarled and curly because they've got a serious amount of water protection to avoid dehydration. So they're thick and leathery. They have these spines all over them. See those spines? So when you grab them, you get nailed pretty harsh because these are really hard spines. So they protect animals, protect themselves from animals browsing them, eating them indiscriminately. Not very enticing. Very tough, and also curled over too, so that also creates a microclimate underneath the leaf, so they don't dry out as much. There's the top part; it's very shiny, and I think this is some fungal growth here on them. They're tough, but they're not that tough. Things will still eat them over time. Get some better shot of that there. You get these rusts and smuts and all these funny names they have for different fungi that attack leaves. Of course, ergot's a famous one that does that kind of behavior. But look how coarse that looks. It looks like plastic. It's like kind of dull, shiny plastic. Very interesting. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Chibi. Come by anytime. Thank you. I was talking to Chibi on the Last of Us chat about the show. We're talking about the science of the show and how it's pretty good in some ways because it gets people talking and thinking about fungi and how cool they are and also how scary they can be in some situations. And I invited Chibi to the show just to see some nerdy science stuff. Aphid twins. Sorry guys, I'm catching up on these old comments. Teflon monkey flowers. Well, the top of the monkey flowers, the leaf is not sticky, so the top would probably be more like a Teflon, just sticky underneath. So that's Quercus californica, which is coast live oak, and Quercus suber is the famous cork oak you have in Europe for making corks for wine bottles and stuff. I actually saw a couple of those here. They've been introduced a couple of places. You can see the big ass, thick, corky bark on them. Really interesting. Coast live oaks and the other like valley oaks and and Oregon oaks and stuff don't have the that thick bark. They're very hard, thin, typical hardy tree bark for a dry climate. But the cork oaks are really interesting. Just you can see how they thought that would be cool use for that that stuff for the wine. So that is that with that stuff. Let's go back to the real scope, my favorite compound scope for the good close-up stuff. Let's go. So far my camera hasn't crashed or software hasn't crashed, so it's all good. And let's make a quick slide of let's go do the polypody. That was a nice spore to look at. Take a look at the polypody. I'm doing a dry mount here. Basically, you put the item on top of a slide first, just to get a quick look at the structure here. And I have to fix my exposure here. Just too much as usual. Turn this guy down a bit here. And let's get the sample in there. You can see the nice green as I'm getting into focus. And here are the spores. So there's a compound scope, so light is coming from below, but it's thin enough to actually transmit the light quite well. I can do a little hack where I use a light on the top. Where did I put my little light for the top? Not quite as organized as I want it to be here. Where's that light? I have one of those extra lights somewhere. Well, in a pinch, I can use my iPhone. It's not a great strong light when you think about it. It seems bright to your eyes, but not to a scope. Let's see. Get a little light on the top. That helps a little bit there. So these are the spores on the underside of the polypody. What's cool about this software versus the other one I was using, I can actually zoom digitally a little bit without having to change eyepieces. So that's kind of nice. Get that stupid hand out of there. More light on the top. So there are spores from a fern. And now, well, maybe I can go a little closer. Not too close because it's not covered. But let's see what we got here. Crank that light up some more. They actually have a little structure to them, like little ridges. That's kind of cool. Who knew? More contrast there. That's neat. Shaped like little limes almost. And you guys are probably getting quite sick of that generative track. It's interesting for a while, but let me quickly change that. This is very, very monotonous. Let's try this one called Fractal. Okay. There's a spore. Oh, hey, Paul. How's it going? We got both Pauls here again. That's cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Wagyu, she was being a pest earlier, so I was trying to tell you guys something and I kept getting interrupted. So, yeah, these are the spores on the fern. Very nice. Let's look at some fungal spores. Take a little section of that first shelf fungus. It's a little bit dry. I'm going to rip out a small section of the God, this thing is really fibrous. This is really well built for the chaparral. I'm gonna have to cut it with a knife. Okay, so that's another dry mount just to kind of get an idea what it looks like under this other scope. Not a super thin section, but it should transmit enough light. There's one of the gills poking through on the edge there. Not a lot of detail here. I'm seeing little dots, but not a ton of detail at this level. Let's go a little closer. Now they may not have much going on because this specimen was a little bit dry, leathery when I picked it. and it may have already dumped spore contents. If you go back a couple of shows back, I pulled some blue cheese out of the fridge, and also pulled some fuzzy bell peppers out of the fridge I had to throw away. I had some fungus growing on them, and you could really see the fungal spores, the sporangia. It's like little hand grenades, clusters of spores. I think it's called a gonidium, but it's been a while since I studied this stuff, so I have to look it up again. And then ascospores are these kind of long, tapered, almost like the tentacles of a squid. You know, they have the long tentacles for the mating purposes. They have this kind of a long, extended, lobe tentacle with dots all over it. Kind of look like that on a very tiny level. So this one's not very interesting. I'm gonna grab another piece of mushroom here. Maybe this other one I collected from that forest. That's still pretty moist. Might have some good stuff on it here. And I also might have to just do a wet mount and smash it. And help spread out some of the goodies. So that's this guy here. So we're looking through the walls of one of the gills here. There's some detail, but it's not, nothing really stands out. Nothing too exciting on this one. I gotta tell you, the fungus on the bell pepper is a lot more interesting than this. Let me, for kicks, I'll go a little closer. Let's see. Sometimes you get lucky with dry mounts. Yeah, it's just these details are there, but it's not really, it's not your typical spore. Like when you have spores, you have a lot of them, and they're very consistent looking, and it's like, and these must have just dropped all their goodies, or just seeing residual material. I'm going to do a quick wet mount with it just to see. What it does here. I have a feeling it's not going to be that interesting. Actually, you know what? I have some other really good aquatics to look at. Let's look at that. I don't want to keep you guys too long. But I do also want to look at the cup structures under here, the scope. With this other lichen. These should be pretty cool under the scope. Of course, it's light going through, but still a little bit of the color there. Little tendrils. So if I can do there's one of the cups right there. Do the iPhone trick again. Let's see if that helps. bright enough. You think iPhone lights are bright, but on a microscope they're just wimpy. Okay, well that didn't work too well. It's worth a shot. Let's look at some wet stuff here. I'm going to do some, got some really, really good specimens of, really excited about this one pool that I collected from. Looked like it was really teeming with goodies. It's a really nice green algae that was flowing like hair. Okay, let's get my little dropper here. Damn it, algae's really spread all over the place. There we go. I got a water sample. Let's see what we got. Ooh, nice. That's a Oscillatoria there. Very nice. Long blue-green algae. Let's get this right here. Long colonial guy there. And all kinds of little flagellates in here and stuff. That deserves one more push. There we go. And if you're lucky on these guys, you can sometimes see cytoplasmic streaming as the chloroplasts and stuff kind of cruise around inside the cells. So you see the partitions there. It's actually colonial. So each one's a separate cell connected in a tube, basically. I put too much water in the slide, so it's bouncing around a bunch. So if I can get a little bit of a oblique light on this guy. Get a little bit of 3D pizzazz. And these guys can flex and stuff a little bit. They have a bit of motility to them. Clumsy, but they can move around a little bit. But I'm not seeing any of that right now, so let's go find someone who's doing some serious stuff. Wow. So here's a bunch of this green hairy stuff in here. All these little threads. Lots more oscillatoria. Tons of little tiny flagellates in the background. Like just these little, just massive, basically like hairs everywhere. It's the little fine algae that's just chock full of it in the pond there. Oh, there we go. Do we have what I think I've got? Oh, it's not a rotifer. It's actually one of those guys. That might be like a paranema. Those guys are weird. Check this out. They have a gelatinous, and they have this really cool flagellum that goes in the front for probing. And I think they actually can sting with it or something. I have to read about these guys again. They're really interesting. I think this might be paranema. I have another slide several months ago that had these guys on them. Really interesting. So it's crawling on a chunk of algae there. But really interesting how they can, some of these characters can really change their shapes. I had a euglena video a couple shows ago, and euglenas are amazing too. They're flagellates that can really almost act like an amoeba. They just tweak and squish and morph into all these little shapes. Whereas parameciums are fairly rigid. But you can see that thing he's leading with, that little probe. Really cool. I knew this would be a good sample. The pool is beautiful. It's just full of life. Fresh rainwater, tons of greenery. It's just so much fun to watch. You guys could probably tell the image quality is much better on this camera than my last one. Last one was a $100 Chinese camera that did the job, but this just looks so much better until I can save up for a really nice DSLR type. Just oozing over the material there. So it could be eating bacteria. You can't really see what it's doing, but it's quite busy, so it's probably finding lots of tiny things that can't be seen at this point. Small bacteria or very, very tiny other protozoans. because normally they don't stay this active and circle around an area unless they. It's kind of like when birds swarm around an area that there's all the good food that they like. Like seabirds swarming and diving and swarming and diving in a good spot. Yeah, energy and flexibility, right? These guys don't live for long, but man, do they live. Holy moly. Just non-stop. As Manny saw on the last show, the amoeba wasn't too. I think Paul Artolo was there too, right? The amoeba wasn't too happy. Doing quite well until the slide started to dry up and the big wall of water came into the massive crunch. Ooh, nice diatom there. Background. See the oil droplets in it too. Really cool. Nice bug in that little green flagellate. It's like, hey, get away from me. Nice thing is they tend to find a spot, circle, 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 so I don't have to chase them too much. Because chasing just makes everyone dizzy. It's also a very difficult video game to do XYZ all at once. Good specimen though. This is probably the best footage I've got on one of these guys. Really nice. So all kinds of goodies inside. Looks like it has some food ready to digest. Those little colorful structures are probably either some small diatoms that it ate or some other little protozoans I haven't seen yet, because the color is kind of a dead giveaway. It's eating some kind of algae. And that kind of golden brownish yellow color, that's classic diatom chlorophyll color. They have a very weird kind of chlorophyll. There's another diatom. Oh, there's a whole bunch of diatoms. Look at these guys. I've actually never seen this shape of diatom before. That's really cool. They look like ice cream cones. So oil droplets in there. They are motile, but they're not doing anything right now. Just kind of hanging out. They've got a silica shell, and they're kind of fitted together, like kind of like a valve. It's kind of like a valve kind of configuration. And for the longest time, they didn't know how they moved. They thought it was like ion pumping or some kind of weird behavior like that. Turns out, if you study especially the ones, the very symmetrical ones that look like kind of like a comb, like a pocket comb, where it's tapered on both ends and curvy and pretty symmetrical. And in the case of the diatoms that are common like that, they have this kind of, it looks like a comb structure in the middle. They call it a raphe. And it turns out they can exude like a mucilage kind of ooze out of there and propel itself on that. Almost like a microscopic snail or something. That was the last theory I read, so I'm not sure what the current thing is, but they've had a bunch of crazy ideas about diatoms, and it's weird enough that you have plants that can move on their own, but they're pretty crazy looking characters, especially those little ice cream cone ones. All right, where'd the little squiggly guy go? Got some other fun things in here. Various green little flagellates and stuff. There's a big ice cream cone. Now you see that one moving a little bit. Slowly, but it's moving. And it makes sense, you know, they got to go where the light is, or where they'll go away from the light when it's too strong. So they need that motility. Oh, there's the guy below it. Found him. Microscope has a slightly wider field of view than the camera does, so I have to look back and forth. Yeah, bugles. I was never a fan of bugles. These guys might actually taste better than bugles, so. You can see in the background just moving a little bit. It's not moving a lot. They do this kind of wiggle sometimes, so it's just barely kind of moving. All of a sudden you see them pour it on, just go. And for a plant, going pretty fast across the screen. Especially when you consider it's a hard shell. I love these guys though. It's just so interesting. That little essential proboscis sticking out the front. Yeah, well, good. If you haven't seen it, you should go back and watch at least one of the shows. Maybe two of them had the bird bath stuff in it, and these really weird, swimming phytoplankton. These little, it's basically single-celled algae with this kind of bifurcated flagella with a kind of a gelatinous dome around them, like a barrier, so they could like a bouncy ball barrier kind of thing. And they're just a trip to watch them kind of swim around and stuff. I've never seen those before either. That's what's fun about these things is it's just fun to just grab stuff and just see what you can see. And sometimes my memory comes back and I go, oh yeah, I've seen that guy about 10 years ago. Other times I go, I've never seen this guy ever. And this guy I've only seen maybe 2 or 3 times ever. So these are pretty interesting, but not common from what I've seen. There's the diatom moving. Go diatom. You can do it. I didn't like that. See that? It's moving. Sometimes you get a little bit of surface tension, or they touch each other and they get sticky. Oh, look at that flipping out. That's bizarre. It's like being tickled with that proboscis. This is some kind of kink show here, I think. Got a micro French tickler. It's amazing when you think about this is a single-celled animal, and that proboscis is so well controlled. It's definitely not random the way it's moving it around. It has a lot of control over it. And you get these multicellular things that have similar structures, little probes and stuff. They're just about as adept as this guy's. This is just a single cell. I think just for fun, it's not moving that much. Let's try oil immersion. I want to get a close-up look at this dude. I'm gonna go. We're on 400 power now. We're gonna go to 1,000 power. Crank that light up. Have to focus a lot because now it's very tiny depth of field. But there's that proboscis. So cool. Diatom's looking cool. 1,000 power. Ice cream cone or pizza, whatever you want to call it. Now see, now he's linear, so I can see the whole body. Oh boy, wrong way. Come on. So he's got a couple meals in there. So the diatom's inside there already. That's why he's checking out that other diatom. It's just too big for it. It's already got a few in there digesting. Proboscis. So this is 1,000 power. I have to get my micrometer out for this thing, but 1,000 power at this size. The total length of the cell without the proboscis is probably about 40-50 microns across. So that proboscis is quite long as well. Probably maybe 20-30 microns long. A couple microns thick. Hard to say. It's moving around so much. But look how amazing it controls that thing. Just because you see the base doesn't move that much. A lot of flagellates, the flagellum's moving like crazy all through the whole length of the flagellum. But this one's able to just basically wiggle it in such a way that it stays projecting and just kind of teases out the end of it. It's amazing. I'm sure some grad student did some fun work on this for somebody. The trick though is you have to keep defocusing it just so you can see it well enough. It's just still pretty spindly. Yeah. That's way cool. Let's go back to slightly less so I don't have to move so much. Do a quick wipe of the oily lens. I actually made a mistake a couple shows ago. I was in such a hurry. I actually mistakenly put the non-oil lens into the edge of the oil and just got enough on there to cause a problem, but I cleaned it so many times, I think I did a pretty good job on it. I haven't seen it maintain its cloudiness, so I think I was able to save it without having to replace it. Let's check this guy in a slightly lower power. Probably do a little bit of dark field here on it. Some oblique lighting, a little bit of dark field. Some of the lighting gets tricky, just so it doesn't turn to a blur. This guy looks really good in oblique lighting. There you go, get some 3D action there. Yeah, icy traces are pretty crazy. This guy's been fun. Let's see what else is on here. There's some other fun little characters on here. What else cool can we find? Because you know it's going to happen shortly. We start seeing the wall of water coming through. Oh, nice! Nematode. Nice big one, too. Nematode and oblique lighting. That's one of the biggest ones I've seen in a while. It's a big nematode. All little things cruising around. So there's tons of little flagellates on here. You can tell by their kind of wiggly, wobbly moves. They're not smooth and turn on a dime like ciliates are. And anything tiny moving around, that's like when I was at the higher powers, those are most likely bacteria just chilling out, but they're the heat of the lamp bouncing the water molecules against them makes the Brownian motion. So just do this kind of a, it's like the bacteria version of the St. Vitus dance. This guy's pretty mellow. Usually like whipping around like crazy, like whoo, 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 using those longitudinal, basically muscles. They're not really muscles, but it's muscle-like tissue. They're just whipping, whoo, 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 whoo. And they form all these crazy like sine wave shapes and other bizarre shapes. Even turn themselves in knots a little bit sometimes. But you can actually zoom in sometimes and watch the gut doing stuff, and pretty interesting. The polychaete worms are really interesting. I used to get the baylands all the time in the salt marshes. The polychaete worms have the tons of little feet hanging off the sides all the way down the length of the body, and they're just really active. And you can just watch their gut like moving stuff around. They're pumping stuff through their guts, and they actually have God, it looked like they had oh look, there's a tiny rotifer there. That's cool. There's a really small rotifer right by that nematode turning around right there. Nice classic rotifer movement there. I think it's a rotifer. And yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on inside the gut of the microscope's got a little more clarity than the camera does. And I'm seeing particles shifting around inside the nematode. If I hadn't put oil on the slide, I would actually go one up higher, but I think I've got enough oil on there. It's going to get into my eyepiece again. But yeah, there's a bunch of little funny guys like just shooting around here. Herky-jerky movements. You can really see them on the dark field. It's like a space scene with all kinds of wacky spaceships flying around. Yeah, it'd be fun to trace some of those waveforms that the nematode makes and run through a wavetable even. They make some pretty bizarre curves and stuff. So that's all these little critters. Let's see what else is going on here. What else is going on? Some fibers. There's a spine of some plant material. Clear spine. And this interesting little air bubble there. Looks almost like an egg cell. It's bizarre. That looks like what could have been an eye spot of something. Those little red dots are very unusual. It's like almost like a copepod's eye spot. So the diatoms doing their thing. They're moving quite a bit. See all these interesting shapes as the crystals form on the drying edge of the cell. Let's change it back to oblique a little bit. You get some really interesting 3D structures here. It's like topographic maps. There's a archipelago there. What's this stuff here? What is that? Just some debris. More oscillatoria. Always has that nice rounded end. What's that little guy? Is that another diatom maybe? There's some diatom footage I shot, and when I first was playing with my crappy my microscope I got from somebody. Oh, nice. That's a really nice shot of that. Really nice. That's that is really cool. That is an oscillatoria next to Spirogyra, I believe. So that kind of spiral formation there. I think that's a Spirogyra, or one that's very much like it. It's funny because the band Spirogyra, you guys probably know that pretty well. My marine botany class I had at UC Santa Cruz, just awesome. I loved marine algae and microscopic stuff and all that. And one of the students, or maybe a couple of them, who formed the band Spirogyra was in her class and named the band after what they studied in her class. Well, this was kind of cool. It's a real genus of algae. And there's another. We also studied some fungi a little bit in there too, because there's some fungi and various habitats. There's a little fungi called Pylobolus. Looks like a little matchstick. And well, there's the wall of water coming in. Can't stop the wall of water. And I think one of the someone formed a band called Pylobolus as well after the fungus. Spiny Norman, yeah, Tinsdale. Monty Python, the best. Here they go. It'll be interesting because it'll just take this entire line of guys for a ride. Yeah, let's look that one up. A Spyro is a little more uncluttered. There's a freeway. The guys are going down a little freeway. So this might not be, but it looks an awful lot like it. I think the coils of the Spyro are more loose, almost like a DNA helix, a single side of the DNA helix. But yeah, interesting look no matter what. And you can see they're definitely different species, the structures and the sizes and the shapes of the cells. You can see the oscillatory is starting to move a little bit. I think it's moving. But now that wall of water is pushing on the bigger guy. There goes the diatom. Whee! I want to see what it does to this line. I've never seen the wall of water hit something so big before. Yeah, it's going to pinch off on this side. Famous pinch. This right about now is the funny thing is they're kind of caught off cover slip way down here. These are very long ones. So they're kind of anchored from the cover slip pressing down. So I wonder if they can even move with the wall of water. It's bizarre. Yeah, see the water, see the shift. You get those pulsations as the water starts to shift in big movements. It's like a little earthquake on the slide. It's weird. Line's not moving. It's acting like those giant things they use to soak up or contain oil spills. So giant pillows on a string. Yeah, slip and slide was kind of brutal. I think I only used one maybe once or twice in my life. It was just not a great idea. You get chafed and they're really not budging. I think that anchor is actually keeping holding the line. So weird. They are getting squished over here. See that? God, these are really long. They went way off the other side. Holy smokes. And there's another one over here, got bent out. Yeah, you can see the diatoms getting pushed through that little gap there. There's now a pressure gradient. You got pushed through. Whee! Got pushed through the little gap there. This guy's gonna get sucked in there. Here, watch him come down. There it goes. That's crazy. He's too big to fit, but he's gonna get squished through there. It is glass, so it can't really squish too much. There he goes. Oh man, sometimes the stupidest, silly things are just funny. Hey, Lone, how's it going? Seeing some. This is the classic period where the slide is starting to dry up, so all kinds of weird antics are happening on the slide. Particles flying all different directions, things getting squashed. There's like a little flume effect. Bam! That guy got slammed into that thing. There goes another big diatom. Yeah, they're all being sucked in. It's like that scene in Alien Resurrection with the hole in the spaceship. Oh man, that little flagell just went slamming at high speed into that thing. Holy smokes. This is too funny. There's a big pile up there, look at that. It's like a bunch of wrecked cars. Oh, he broke through the barrier. There comes another one. They're all being pulled in. Now there's a block. You see the guys on the other side? There's a block now, so they can kind of swim around a little bit. They got some freedom, but they're swimming against the current. That's really interesting. Yeah, now it's pushing them away. I can't remember, was the last show, the show before, there was the Vorticella that I found. Those are really special little guys, little wine glasses that pump water to bring in, basically filter feeding, just like clams and oysters do, but microscopic. And they kept creating this vortex of debris, and the little guys in the area kept getting sucked in and banged around and stuff. It was really funny. They're really trying to swim against that stuff. That's crazy. Who knew this would be so entertaining? All the years I did microscopes, I never saw stuff like this until I started doing these long-form shows. Here comes another guy. He's going to accelerate. Oh! Bam! These guys are really swimming hard, trying to go through that stuff. You just can't do it. It's too much of a pressure gradient. That flagellate's getting pushed back. That's too funny. Oh, he fit through. It's like Tetris. He just fit through the thing. Oh man, look at that pile up. All those poor diatoms are all just stuck. Here comes some more from the top. It's just never ending. There's a famous video on YouTube. It's probably not online anymore, but I saw it 5, 6 years ago, maybe longer. And it was a big accident, and somebody's recording with their phone, and it's like it's a dark night, bad weather, kind of a blind corner, and it's like it's like no, no, no. He's trying to flag people down, and they don't stop in time. Pretty soon, like 12 cars are piled up, and other cars aren't noticing until last minute. They keep piling up and piling up. It was totally insane. And it wasn't even like icy weather. It was just a little bit wet and dark, and just people weren't paying attention, and they're going too fast. It just had enough reaction time. If I change it to dark field, you get a little bit better idea of more particles coming through. Let's see. Look at all those little extra little particles now. You see how far away it's getting pulled in. It's nuts. Wow. There's a lot of stuff on one slide. I haven't had a busy slide like that for a while. I'm going to do a quick survey just because I'm so curious what's going on in other parts that haven't dried up yet. You can see the loops coming in there. The water loops are starting to form. Oh, nematode didn't make it. Sorry, nematode. He's done. He's in water, but it's not moving much anymore. There's a bent oscillatoria. Oh yeah, it's not looking so good at all. It's compressed. And there's some healthy ones still here. Ooh, what's that guy there? That looks like a rotifer. I'm glad I went to go look. Yay! Little rotifer getting some more food. Gonna fix the lighting here a little bit. So these are multicellular, but not much different size compared to that single cell guy with the proboscis. And you can see it has the head parts kind of pumping to create a little suction of its own. Little particles flying around it. We'll do a little bit of oblique lighting. You could probably see it better. Shape of it and everything. So it's got little feet there. There's like a little foot thing at the bottom with those little prongs, and it can kind of suction that down on the ground and form a pivot point, and then run its mouth parts to create a giant suction. And then in the center of the body, you can see this little thing that looks kind of like a coffee bean that's pumping away and actually creating, it's basically like jaws inside the body. It's called the mastex, almost like a gullet in a bird. It's like the stomach that crushes things and stuff. Anyway, this guy's going to town because he has no idea the slide is drying up. Need a little more dark field in this guy because it looks kind of nice. And rotifers are everywhere. I mean, you can find them in your garbage disposal. You can find them ponds and gutters, and I found them in this planter out here, this kind of half-dead plant. It resurrected with a bunch of water, and then collected water at the tray. Found a bunch of rotifers in it. These guys are everywhere. Oh, that reminds me, before I forget, I'm going to soak this moss a little bit. Make it look and get tardigrade out of this guy. Let's soak it a tiny bit. Let's see if I can resurrect this dude, if there's any on here. I think I had a tardigrade on the last one, no, one before. Found one, I haven't seen one for a little while. Almost always find them on moss. It's kind of hard to find them some other places, but they do occur other areas. I did find one in a puddle after a bunch of rain in the parking lot down the street. Had a bunch of leaf debris in it and some other stuff. Yeah, this rotifer's doing okay. So here's the funny thing. See the what I think is Spirogyra there, right next to it, is blocking that wall of water. You can see that shiny line on the outside there. That rotifer is still alive because of that algae. It should have been smashed by now. So I got this this moss soaking for a bit. We'll see. Maybe get lucky with the tardigrade. Maybe not. It's always worth a shot. I love tardigrades. I'm trying to think, where did I put the other piece of moss? I think I had a second piece, just in case he's on this other piece. Soak them both. Let's see what I get. They're pretty funny because in my if you look at my launch video on this channel, before I had anything really decent to put up, or before I did the live streams, I made a little quick demo reel, and I had a bunch of clips of tardigrade in dark field, bright field, oblique lighting, and on the natural lighting on the dissecting scope. You can see it swimming in a bunch of water, and it's really fun to see them because it's just like little cloudy white, very plain looking things. Still cute looking though, but you know, just looks like almost like a little white worm. And then you get close up with this thing and you're like, holy moly, these things are cute looking little monsters, you know. Hate to see one in person at that scale. But they're really interesting because they have their own phylum, you know. Under under the animal kingdom, you know, we're in a massive phylum, Chordata, which is, you know, anything with a dorsal hollow nerve cord. In our case, we also have a vertebral column and all that kind of stuff. So like the birds and the mammals and the amphibians and stuff, we're all in the Chordata subphylum Vertebrata. But the Tardigrada is its own damn phylum. I think they have a couple thousand species, maybe. But that's nuts. They're so different than everything else. They have their own damn phylum. They have 8 legs. They, you know, they carry eggs around. They do just basic life cycle like a lot of multicellular things, but crazy little critters. It's a real shame what Star Trek Discovery did to the tardigrades. It made them look really stupid. The spore drive and all that. me quickly go to Brightfield so you get an idea what these guys look like in Brightfield before this guy gets toasted. So it's got some food stored away in there. See the colorful section there. I'm not seeing the Mastax very well, but again, I can't really put a closer. I got oil on the thing. I don't want to put my thing in the oil again, the wrong eyepiece, so the wrong objective. But this is a pretty decent view of them. I have a whole curated video I did of rotifers. I found a dead one that was actually pretty interesting to study because it was teeming with bacteria but still fully intact, so I could actually slowly go up and down the structures and zoom in and put some text and some pointers and stuff so you can see the body parts and the mouth parts and the little stylets that come out that actually puncture the prey so they can kind of slurp the contents in. He's got a little diatom bugging him there. Trying to squeeze into that spot. It's amazing that this the algae is actually holding that wall of water at bay because the cover slip makes such a thin layer of water. This is the first time I've ever seen it get halted by anything. The algae really is keeping shit together. Crazy. But it won't last forever. Ooh, interesting. There's another ciliate off screen. Quite fast. It's smaller than a paramecium, but it's way too damn fast to track. I'll get a quick look at that before this whole slide goes to hell. This rotifer hasn't done anything other than nuzzle that corner for a while. Where's that little fast guy? Yeah, see all the walls of water all held at bay by the algae. It's perfectly hugging the algae like a road map. All along, look at that. That's going to extend a little bit. There's some little tiny flagellates bopping around. Yeah, I love this pattern on this thing. It's really cool looking. Ooh, a little clump of stuff. Oh, those Vorticella? Holy smokes, I got Vorticella again. How did I get so lucky? You guys see those little cup-like structures there sticking out of the debris? Those are Vorticella. But they're not really moving so much. They might have actually expired. If I can get... Let me see if I can dab some of the oil off that slide. I feel safer about putting my eyepiece in there. Okay, got some of the oil off. Let's see. I think it's safe now. Go a little closer. Yeah, there's a Vorticella, but he's not doing anything. Fix the lighting here. It's not pumping. It's not got his little cilia out, doing his little thing. I think he's expired. It's funny because there's some of those little conical diatoms there. right next to them. So at a glance, it looked like another diatom, but the Vorticella shape is very distinct. This little stalk that they have, and you can see the upper, what looks like an air bubble. That's where they kind of bring in their mouth parts, for lack of a better term. I forgot what they call that crown, the little, where the cilia pop out. And that usually pops open and the top opens up, and then you see the little stuff go spinning like crazy as it's making a vortex, hence the name Vorticella. But they make these little wine glass structures. They're really interesting. Sometimes you can find them free swimming without the stalk. But they need the stalk to really be full force because they don't have any leverage without the stalk. So cool. Love these guys. I think it was my last video. The video before has them up. Oh yeah, see the pressure just moved because the water's moving around. So he kind of bent on his little stalk. I don't think it's alive anymore. It's just being shifted. And there's a little guy down here too. What's this guy? Another ciliate. Some kind maybe? What's this guy up to? Might need a little oblique lighting or something to... Yeah, it's not helping too much on this one. I've seen these guys before too. Kind of a funny shape. And there's a crazy flagellated algae there too, popping around. But look at all the bacteria. See little dots dancing around that ciliate? Those are bacteria getting bounced around. And here comes a diatom. Whee! At the bottom of the frame. It's down here. Moving around. I think this guy's eating these algae. I mean the bacteria. He's in this little cluster of bacteria. It's bizarre. He really likes that little spot there. It's very lack of definition and color, so I have to keep defocusing so you can see the shape of the body. And now the diatom's going to smash into it. Vermicelli, yeah. Limoncello. Oh, that's cool. You can see the diatom pivoted a little bit. You can see how it's flat. So it is kind of like a piece of pizza. But yeah, look at that cluster of bacteria there. That's really neat. You can really see them. There's some kind of debris there, almost like a gelatinous medium that the bacteria are stuck in, like that they're eating some dead thing. And that ciliate's going to town on him. He's loving it. That's what most of these small guys eat anyway. They love the bacteria. That little algae is going crazy. Little green sphere bopping around. Not sure what kind that one is. It's definitely not it's not Chlamydomonas. That one actually has a funny shape to it. It's kind of an elongated sphere, and it has two flagella to swim. Very distinct. Yeah, look at all the bacteria. That's nuts. And there are, of course, way more bacteria than you can see there. These are the big bacteria. Pretty nuts. Yeah, it's one of the better slides I've made in a while. There's a lot of shit on this thing. It's crazy. You just never know. I knew the water sample would be good, but I had no idea it had all this stuff on it. I still want to find another amoeba, though. And I'd really love to find a hydra. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a hydra before. They're usually in ponds versus vernal pools and these little collections of water, but they're really interesting. Just watching them, tendrils going different directions and grabbing stuff and stinging them, and just so cool to watch them. Okay. That's very nice. I'm going to make one more slide out of this batch because this is one of the best samples I've had in a while. Let's see. And then I'm going to take while you guys are looking at that, I'm going to take this other thing and see if I've hydrated any tardigrades. Try to harvest one or two of them if I can. Do a little multitasking. Yeah. Come on, damn cover slip. Yeah. Grab too many at once. Shit. Yep. Say goodbye to those dudes. Let's go with this sample. See what we got. Oh, the big guys are moving. Look at that. Now you can really see the big algae moving. Let me fix the light. They do move, for sure. This is not a Ciliatoria. This is the little thread-like guys that are in the big green fluffy matrix in the water. Whoa, look at that. It's bending. I've never seen them do that before. It's just bent with a clear kink in the... That's crazy. Now it's getting squeezed between these air bubbles. That's crazy. Yeah, I got these bubbles on top when I started moving the... I got too many cover slips at once on the damn slide, so... That looks like it could be an amoeba, but it's not moving. Very distinct look of one, though. More little flagellates. More goo of some kind. Boy, this slide kind of sucks compared to the last one. There's a nematode, it's dead. Boy, that's disgraceful. That was a terrible slide. Take another one. You know, if this is a good one, I'll look for tardigrades. Come on, get in there. Oh, there's the cover slip. Yeah, I got more water in this damn thing. There's some pieces of things in there. A couple of things floating about. It's like water on top of the cover slip, which is weird. More air bubbles. Some more algae. A lot of critters on that one. That's weird. Wonder why. Some guys in this one, I bet. Diatoms again. Lots of diatoms. Okay. Enjoy the space art there for a bit. You got some diatoms and a chunk of algae there. I'm going to do a quick look at the tardigrade here. I'm dying to see if I could find one. Just a quick survey of the material. Nothing obvious, but it might be here. Just gotta sometimes vacuum up a little bit of water and see what you get. Just do a quick and dirty sample of this. Okay, let's swap and see what's in this sample. Could be tardigrade. Or other little things. Nematode. There's a curled up nematode. Nice oblique lighting there. Okay. Let's do a quick survey here. Nice little egg-like structure there. That's weird. Amoeba. Lots of little flagellates of some kind. Oh, rotifer. Hello. So there's the inchworming effect. I love it when they do the inchworming. So they can swim or they can do inchworming if they have a structure to crawl on, like plants or the bottom of the slide. bit of transparency. Pretty cool when you can see through them. So sometimes I'll just be plopped down, attached, pumping away to get the filter feeding going. Other times doing this activity where they're just constantly moving. It's like, where the hell are you trying to go? But they're probably not sensing any food, either through movement or chemosensing or whatever. So he's looking for something. These guys are about 1,000 cells, like a tardigrade. The tardigrade is way bigger, usually. Funny thing is, paramecium can be right by these guys, and they're also about as big. They're only one cell. And you get things like Blepharisma and some other ciliates are fucking massive, or like a stentor. They're huge. So many pivots like that. It's very interesting. That little foot has, I can't remember if it's a suction or it's a little microadhesive. It can turn on and off. But it can actually put that down, get a pivot point, just as good as any basketball player. Or better. Timely grades, yeah. Wah, wah, wah. I need Robbie's soundboard. Now, if it stays put for a bit, I can zoom in a bit more. It's really interesting when they're doing this motion because the body, the way it compresses, is quite interesting. The way it kind of wrinkles up and smushes together. Oh, it's got some green stuff inside of it. It ate something green. It's a good little rotifer. Ate his veggies. These guys going up and down a lot too, so I have to keep focusing the Z, pain in the butt. Do a little bit of a white light so you can see the structure there a little bit better, and the plates, those little sections that they have. So they do have a natural little bit of a color to them, as well as the food that they're eating, the green stuff inside there. And that thing kind of in the middle of the body, more toward the head area, looks like I said, looks like a little coffee bean. You'll see that thing pumping away when they're eating. It's called the mastax. These guys are really moving. Usually I don't see them moving this much. They'll move for a while, they'll take a break, they'll stop, they'll eat, they'll just hang out. This guy's just like determined to get somewhere. He's looking for his glasses, yeah. It's like the Jerky Boys, the Saul Rosenberg. He goes to the doctor's office. He goes, "I'll bring all my shoes and my glasses so I have them." Whoa. Bumped into some little debris there. So it's definitely it's like doing some chemo sensing there, because it keeps like pointing this way, pointing that way. As far as I know, they don't have eye spots of any kind. I've never seen them anyway. Usually when an animal like this has eye spots, they're really obvious, because it'd be a very primitive eye to gather. It needs as much surface area as possible. And in this, it's usually like a red eye spot, or sometimes a slightly different color of that, like how a copepod has it. Now you can see the mouth parts moving. So he's put his foot down. Now it's doing the little cycling bits on the head there. Those look like Norelco Rototrack blades. Yeah, that's a beautiful. There's the Mastex going to town. Look at that. Yay, rotifer's being a rotifer. Finally found a spot. It was just right. That's classic rotifer behavior there. The inchworm stuff is, you don't usually see him doing it that much. That was a lot of inchworming. But see, now it's sucking in that debris into its own face. So, not the best place to plant, but you can see the particles coming in. This is where I have to switch lighting so you can really see the particles streaming in. Look at that vortex. Oh shit, it's not bright enough. Hold on. No, don't move again. Oh man. He's not getting it. There we go. Now, if you look carefully, you can see all the particles. They can pull it in from quite a long way away. He's not happy. He's not getting enough goodies there. He's got to change it up. There you go. That's some goodies. So you see those two little mouth parts, these little lobes that pop out, and then they spin the cilia in a kind of a circular motion to create the vortex. And then they also their kind of pharynx thing inside also is helping pump. That's where and it brings it into the mastex, which is kind of chopping it up. There's that green stuff in there. It's really bright color. Come on, just plant yourself. This guy's like me. He's a very picky eater. Gotta find the right goodies. Man, I've never seen him hunt for food so much. Now he's playing soccer. Whoa. Okay, now he's doing the pump again. But he's sucking the thing back into his face. That's hilarious. Come on, dude. Pick a better spot. Into all that trouble, then you put yourself right by a big sphere of some goo. on, you can do it. So the Vorticella has a similar behavior, although it's planted on a stalk. It will unfurl some parts, and those cilia come out and start beating like crazy and make a huge vortex. Very efficient vortex. This guy has an advantage because he can just go to the food and then turn on the vortex. The Vorticella are just planted. They're sessile on little stalks, so it's much more limited options. Man, it just can't make up its mind. Come on, man. Plant yourself. There's another fun little hunter, but it's not a filter feeder. It's an actual hunter. It's actually going out predating things. It's also multicellular. It looks like a hairy worm. That's kind of a almost like the Jeff Bezos rocket without such a bulbous head. And it's called a gastrotrick. They're really cool. I have some really good footage. I shot, God, probably 6 months ago, and I haven't had a chance to edit it all together yet because I shot a bunch of it. And it was on a slide I made with awesome stuff like paramecium, amoeba, gastrotrick, one of those little proboscis little guys we saw earlier was on there, and some other little guys that look like they're ciliates that actually have thickened cilia called cirri, and they can actually walk on things like little insects. They'll actually walk on debris, and they're single-celled animals, but they look like little insects crawling around stuff. It's really interesting. Called euplotes. And it's all in one slide. It's one of the best slides I ever made. This one just about an hour ago was probably one of the third or fourth best slides I ever made. Yeah, you never know what you're going to get. Just find a spot, man. Come on. Show people you're feeding. That's the fun part. Pretty soon he's going to get a wall of water in his face. There we go. Yay. It just can't make up its mind. Excuse me. Unfortunately, I had to rehydrate the sample came from that moss I rehydrated, and I had to rehydrate with some tap water. And maybe this guy's not too happy with the tap water. Could be. Yay, doing it again. Yay, feed, feed, feed. It does it for a couple seconds and stops. Come on, man, we want to see you feed. There you go. So cute when they feed. There's some particles. Let's fix the lighting so you can see the particles better. I mean, he's not getting a lot of stuff. You can see some stuff swirling around. Oh, look at that. Sucked in that. See the size rejection. He's only taking in really small stuff. Okay, this might be good for a close-up. He's actually pretty frozen. Let's try this real quick before he moves again. Come on, buddy. Where'd you go? Yes. Very nice. Fix this a little bit. There's the mastex going to town. There's the mouth parts moving. Let's fix the lighting a little bit so you can see the particles. Maybe, maybe not. Important thing is you can see it feeding, though. There's some green goodies that I ate earlier. You can see they have this kind of wrinkled appearance. Quite a lot of detail on the body. There's a little coffee bean going to town. And you can make out the little crown of cilia beating. They're beating so fast they're like a blur right now. Trying to get more visibility on the debris. Yeah, it hit something it didn't like. See how it retracted like that? That's probably why it keeps moving. It's not happy with the environment. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, I must have bumped it. It's gonna start inchworming me again. No, man. I gotta fix this a little bit here. I have some footage I shot about maybe a year ago. One of these guys on some plant material, just going to town like this for a hell of a long time. And you can see 3 or 4, maybe longer, could be 5 or 6 body lengths away. He's sucking in stuff. He's got such an insane vortex created by those mouth parts. Come back to that spot. Come on, get back in your spot. There you go. Get lucky this time. Yeah, I can focus here quite a bit of material. It's a fairly thick body on this guy. It would be fun to actually give it some food of different color one time that it liked, whether it's stained or something like that, and then watch it eat, and then hydrate the slide so it doesn't dry up in that little slide chamber, and then come back later and see what the stuff looks like inside. I've actually never even seen them. I mean, they have some kind of a anal pore kind of thing, so they do some kind of a defecation, but I've never even seen them defecate. You see tardigrades take a crap all the time, but never one of these guys. See you, Paul. Thanks for hanging out. I think it's time for a ambient music change. This is getting a little bit too much. Let's try. Good name. This one's called Change. Let's see what this is. Actually, the fungi collection was pretty disappointing. I only got a couple of mushrooms here and there, but might be going to a Big Basin Park, just about an hour away, this coming weekend, just for a while to get some samples if I could find them. I kind of missed the peak with all this rain and stuff. The peak of the fungi season for fruiting bodies and other kinds of stuff is usually late December, early January, and definitely tapers off around now because the Santa Cruz Fungus Fair is usually like halfway through the month. And I missed it this year as a virtual one. They're still kind of freaked out by COVID, so they're not doing proper events yet, like some places are. So they're doing a couple like walks, but there's no cool like displays and food served and people doing lectures. And the last time I went a couple years ago, the guy was doing like gene sequencing. You could bring in some fungi that you liked, and he'll run a gene sequence on the spot for you with his portable gene sequencer. That do talks on like medicinal mushrooms, hallucinogenic mushrooms, food, native uses of mushrooms, history of this and that. They do like mushroom artwork, mushroom dyes for fabrics and yarns and things like that, and just everything you can think of mushroom artwork and sculptures, and of course the usual Santa Cruz wackos. But very cool event. Has a nice shot of the mouth parts, the little corona doing its thing. See him spinning around. It's a very complex mechanism for such a small critter. Get this hand out of here. It's not helping. Can't quite make out the particles at this lighting, but it's fine. It's fun to watch the guy do his little business. It's you can see how they kind of have these body segments that they kind of unsheath as they extend and then collapse. Very telescoping body. There's that Mastax. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Sometimes they'll do this. You see them like compress, and the mouth parts are in. They're really tight. You can see the foot down at the bottom left is kind of at an angle. It's fused to the ground temporarily, and they'll just kind of chill out. And sometimes they do this just before they die even. They kind of get in this weird like they're under stress and they kind of ball up. And other times it's just kind of taking a break. But they can really stretch out quite a bit. And when they're free swimming, they'll actually use those mouth parts as a basically a driving vehicle to pull them along when they let the foot go. And it's really fun because they look like little ghosts flying around. It's hilarious. Kind of like you ever play the Atari 2600 game Haunted House. Those little ghosts that fly around, they kind of look like those little ghosts. It's kind of getting cut off when I do it like that. And OBS is weird. Just so many weird things to get it set up just right. Oh, cool, Manny. Thanks for hanging all the time. Glad there was some good stuff. I was afraid at first with all the technical difficulties and other shit, but finally it turned out pretty good. So glad you guys had fun. I'll see you soon. I'm probably going to shut it down in about 20 minutes anyway. Got other stuff to do before I go to bed. Did you stay up all night, Wagyu, or are you just getting up? Got some activity inside the body there. Little things squiggling around. Oh, wow. Yeah, I had hardware jam this week. I had some major problems. The stupid KeyStep Pro just started acting funny. Weird blinking light patterns, not responding to key presses, kind of off and on, then playing a little while for a while. I actually was able to store some patterns the day before, just doing some other tests, and I did several resets, and it's kind of screwed right now. So I don't know if it's what it's gonna be like next time I turn it on. I may have to send it in for service because I don't know if a software update's gonna fix it. It's just out of the blue acting really weird, like it's more like hardware issues. So all my plans for doing something with the virus and that and some other stuff just totally screwed. So I had last minute had to do a super early morning, last minute, whatever I could get something done to submit something kind of deal. So I just did the A-frame, all A-frame jammed to the looper, which is, it was fun, but it's not exactly what I wanted to do. So people seem to appreciate it because the A-frame's weird and fun and different, but it's definitely not what I want it to be for my submission. But I hate not submitting something. I put enough time into this stuff, and it is fun to participate, even if it's potentially a little crappy or not exactly what I planned. I'm gonna give this rotor for a break, and I'm gonna try looking for tardigrade some more because I got so much water in this thing, and I'm sloshing it about, and I want to see if I can find something in this guy. Every time I've looked in moss, I've found a tardigrade, so it's not guaranteed, but I've had pretty good track record so far. So let's see if I can get another score. Let's see what we got this time. Fingers crossed for a tardigrade. Well, I got some little spinny guy here. What's that guy doing? That guy's wigging out, whatever he's doing. It's a whirligig. That's so funny. It's totally wigging out. So bizarre. It's like it's stuck on something trying to get off. So fast I can't even get a good look at it. Alright, let's try another channel. That change one's kind of boring. This is called Eons. Boy, he's really pushing that debris. Look at that. Oh, it's so weird. The hell? This cries out for more action here. Let's see. What is this guy doing? It's going bonkers here. It's hard to get this just right. Got that big old thing there. I think that's a contractile vacuole. If you watch that, you might see it pumping. Kind of a large section toward the bottom left. Like a looks like a Death Star kind of. It's got the big hole there. Yep, there it goes. Contractile vacuole. He's got his water balance. Paramecium is the coolest contractile vacuole because it has those little, it's like a star pattern of these little, it's like a cluster of microtubules that are feeding the contractile vacuole. So you can see it coming before it actually fills it and expresses it. Really, really cool. It's on a couple of my videos. seen one of these guys before, a couple times, I think. I think this is this is the guy that's on my Death of Affiliate videos a couple times. Got a similar structure to it, and not massive. Got a lot of activity in there. Look at all those little vacuoles and various vesicles of stuff. Lots of stuff inside there. Very interesting little guy. He's going crazy on this cluster of debris. I really wish the camera's much better than the last one, but I really wish you could see the detail I'm seeing in the eyepiece that the camera's just not picking up. It looks good on the camera, but it's not this good. You're seeing all kinds of little packages going from here and there inside the cell. Really good detail. There's another cell you saw earlier that was like that. I don't know if I missed it, or it was a different focus of the same guy. This one's pretty good. This trick is getting a little more light, but not losing the contrast. That's pretty good there. You can see all the little thingies going to town in there. A lot more detail than most cells, to be honest. Pretty remarkable. And this guy is pretty small. I had to zoom in quite a bit. This is currently at 400 power. This is kind of a shot that makes you really appreciate the cell complexity. Cell is really like a small city. There's just so much shit going on inside there. Oh, there's a spiral bacteria. It's that little twisty bit. It came zinging in and then twisted on out, I think. Oh, it's stopped now. Looks like a spirilla, kind of. Yes. This guy loves this cluster. $1000X, maybe. He's not moving much. Might be worth it. Let's see. The problem is once I do that, then I have to carefully clean the slide to do anything else with it. Let's see what we can see. This is the cheesy Picard at the end of the Star Trek Next Generation. Let's see what's out there. Oh, that's very nice, actually. We get the light fixed. Two little guys in there. Trying to make it a little bit brighter. It's a great thing about live streaming. It's also a request show. Yeah, look at that guy. He's got some green inside of him too. He had a little green meal. Keeps getting inside this cluster and getting blocked. Yeah, this is one of the most detailed views I've seen inside of a cell in a long time. And this is a small guy. He's just got a lot of shit going on. It's a shame he keeps nuzzling into this debris, so he's getting blocked and fuzzy. Okay, dude, come on. Get out of the debris. Just loves going through this crap. So weird. Yeah, he's super shy or getting tired, nuzzling the field of debris, the nasty field of debris. Yeah, it's just, there must be some really tasty bits in there because I've never seen one just go this. The Euglena, the last show, or the show before, it was also kind of cruising through some junk where it got impossible to watch for a while. Yeah, so you can see what it ate inside of it there. There's that little oblong structure. That's one of its food items. Now you can see the cilia really well. Look at that. That's cool. There's a little cilia, look like a little buzzsaw. There's a tasty treat inside there. It's that little almost rod-shaped thing. One of his meals. He's pretty thick too. Look, I'm focusing through all kinds of stuff here. Different every time I focus. Oh, he's gonna break free. Yay. So that, if that's not pumping, that could be the nucleus. It's more toward the center, but it could be the contractile vacuole. Oh, no, there's a vacuole next to it. That's cool. So complex little dude. See the cilia kick out some debris there. Yeah, that's amazing. So much detail. Whoa. Get back here. That's cool. He's kind of rolling on the outside of the junk. It's hard to find my favorite view. Every time I focus, it's something cool. Kind of nice with this ethereal music too. Oops. I bumped it. So busy. Got all that stuff. Good thing I found this now. A lot of times by the time I get to a cool shot like this, the wall of water comes in and wipes out the whole area. Like that poor amoeba. So you can see the stuff is moving. It's the cytoplasm is constantly moving stuff around here. When you study this stuff, and then, they've gone way beyond what I studied when I was in college, but stuff they know nowadays is crazy. But it's, there's all these little factories inside your cell. This endoplasmic reticulum, where stuff is packaged for exporting from the cell to other cells, going out through cell membrane. There's Golgi apparatus, which is another packaging structure where various things get packaged and either sent to the ER. There's a rough ER which has ribosomes on it. There's a smooth ER which has no ribosomes. Ribosomes are part of the protein manufacturing structure, and then stuff comes in and out of the nucleus to get packaged and repackaged, and it's completely insane. You got your mitochondria, you got your, in the case of the plants, you got your chloroplasts, various types of vacuoles, like there's a food vacuole and a contractile vacuole, and there's some these things called peroxisomes, which are like digestive enzymes, hydrogen peroxide, various other kinds of things, and they can be used for digestion, but they can also sometimes break through like an illness or a condition, and it can actually, it's called a suicide bag. If it pops in your cell, it can actually kill the cell. And there's some people who've actually had a disease, I forgot what it's called, but my instructor knew somebody who had the condition and was just losing lots of cells over time of just suicide bags firing off in the body. It's very, very bad. So as cool and hopeful as this looks, it can be really nasty too. One of my, my instructor's always funny. He died last year. He's a really good guy. Just learned a lot from him. Went traveling with him on his eco tour company and helped him with his computer stuff and some of their business stuff here and there, some graphics, and just really, really special couple. They died basically 6 months apart, roughly. And she knew birds like you can't believe, more than he did. And he was just a great instructor. And he get make a mistake in class. He goes, "Oh, that's terrible. I can't believe I made that mistake. 1,000 lashes with a rough ER." You know, it's just like these nerdy science jokes. They're very funny. And then there are some cells that don't need mitochondria. Giardia supposedly doesn't. They did some research not long ago on Giardia, and I forgot if either it doesn't have them or doesn't really use them. Maybe a combination of like their vestigial or their, I can't remember exactly, but it's kind of cool. That's one of the great things about science. Things are always changing. They're always figuring out new stuff. Where you going, man? Where you going? Loves this clump. This is why I like these. I always search for clumps. When I don't see anything free swimming that's really interesting, I search the clumps because it's like micro forest. You know, like birds love flocking to the forest for refuge and for food and for water and moisture and all kinds of stuff. And so do these little protozoans. They love these little clumps of junk. And this guy particularly loves it. And those little flagellates keep bugging him. So he's doing like this tumbling motion, tumbling up and down. The Euplodes guy actually walks like an insect with the fused cilia called cirri. Just it's the funniest thing to see them turn sideways and just kind of crawl on this debris, like it's a little beetle or something. Boy, this guy now won't stop moving. This guy's really thick. He's got all kinds of layers. It's crazy. Whoa, no, it's free swimming. What are you doing? Whoa, come back. See it tumble. It's definitely got a weird shape. It's not a nice sphere. It's very bumpy and oblong. That's why I'm able to focus so much through it. It's got this really weird shape. Look at all that motion inside there. You see the cytoplasmic streaming. It's crazy. So the inside of the cell looks like just a bunch of debris and gelatinous crap floating around, but there's actually a whole cytoskeleton. Microtubules, microfilaments, forming all kinds of networks where the packages and other particles and stuff travel around on these little passageways, essentially, or almost like a monorail. Whoa, what are you doing down there? Look at that streaming. That is so cool. You get that motion a lot in amoeba because they're constantly changing cell shape and things are squirting left and right and all that kind of stuff. But it's really cool to see it in a ciliate pumping around like that. And plant cells, certain algae, even multicellular plants like Elodea, underwater plant you find in aquariums and stuff, and you put that leaf under a microscope and you'll see the chloroplast actually streaming in a circle inside of the cell. You know the cell is more like a square because it's a plant cell with a cell wall. The cytoplasmic streaming will actually circle around and you'll see the chloroplast kind of going around this circular path, almost like a mini vortex. Really interesting. But it's cool to see it in one of these little guys. Because this is 1,000 powers. This guy's pretty small. We're seeing a whole lot of detail here. It's very impressive. Whole lot of detail. So crazy. And I still didn't get to my other samples too. I have another water sample. Too much fun, not enough time. That guy, he's getting sucked into the cilia vortex. Yeah, you can see the shape. It's definitely not a sphere. It's got a funny shape to it. Whoa. Whoa. Where are you going? You leaving? Oh, man. Don't leave. Yeah, this behavior of these guys is sometimes hard to figure out. I mean, when you first saw it, it was spinning really fast. This is that guy that was doing that crazy whip around before I got into the close-up. And now he's starting to turn around fast again, so it's just must be normal behavior for this type. Uh-oh. I saw that debris move. That must mean the waters. The debris doesn't move like that unless there's a problem. I could do an oblique lighting on this guy. Yeah, I can't do oblique on this. Around 1,000 very well. I'm gonna zoom out a tad and see what the hell is going on the slide. It's gotta be starting to dry up. Oh, he's got a piece of debris with him again, like he started. There's some other cells like it around here, but they're not moving. What was that? What the hell is that? Oh wait, I can't. I gotta be careful with this. I got the oil on here still. Some really bizarre little thing there. Yeah, water's starting to move. Starting to get a big crunch. Let's see if I can carefully remove some oil. These little pieces of paper. So I don't have to totally remove the slide. Helped a little bit, I think. What's this dude up here? It's not really a rotifer. Oh, there goes the water line. Here we go again. The little dude here looks kind of like a rotifer, but I'm not gonna be able to watch him for very long because here comes the water. Looks terrible for some reason. I think it's just a really weird rotifer. Kind of trapped there. There's the water closing in. Yep. Pushing all the stuff down. So they get big crunch. Everyone's gonna get smooshed. It's the big smoosh. Hey, what's up, Robert? Just in time for the big smoosh. Everything's getting smashed as the slide starts to drop. There's some really good stuff earlier. You should go back later and watch. I got some really good shots of some various critters, including some ciliates close up. Some of the best views I've ever had of some of them. And Just a lot of other crazy stuff. Some fungi, some lichens. Whoa, here comes the big crunch. The big colorful crunch. Nothing's really swimming around here anymore. Everything's pretty much debris or dead. A really nice amoeba got smashed the other day when this happened on a cell. I'm just looking at it, and all of a sudden a giant wall of water came in, took it off screen, and smashed it into a basically a water bubble that got compressed. Surrounded by air, it got compressed further and further and further. Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. What the hell is that? It's more of that spiral algae from before. That's interesting. But the color's weird. Cool looking. Nice weave. Yeah, everything on the slide is drying up, so I'm going to take one more from the tardigrade, potential tardigrade tank, and one more from the really good sample from before that had all the other goodies in it. Let's see what I can see. This algae tank was really good. Where'd that extra cover slip go? Some cover slips. I'm running out of cover slips. Alright. Let's see what the hell's on this guy. Diatoms. Diatoms. Piece of oscillatoria algae. There's a diatom there. It's a pointy diatom, looks like. It's like one of those pizza diatoms and a pointy diatom. Oh, this objective still has some junk on it, I think. Give me a second here. I'm gonna try to do a little cleaning. I think a little oil got on the top of this objective again. That's not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. Gotta keep a little deionized water for cleaning purposes. That should help a little bit, I hope. Should be a little bit better. Yeah, it's not great. So I got that eyepiece, that objective dirty again. That's not good. Well, that stuff was small anyway. Let's find some bigger stuff. It's a nice little stream of particles there on the top. Stuff cruising by. Like a nice little space scene. There's some algae. And some more debris. Lots of debris. Oh, there we go. There's a little guy swimming like crazy. He's fast, though. He's a fast one. There's some more Oscillatoria algae. That little one there might be that's interesting. So I get this view to look any good. Yeah, it's not looking so good. Looking so good. There's that one looks kind of like Spirogyra. Lots of diatoms here. You can see them moving, those little pizza-shaped ones. Pizza slices. Oscillatoria. Oh, the water's moving again. Can't be drying up that fast. Man, that looks like an amoeba, but it's not moving. More diatoms. More algae. Pieces of algae. Yeah. A lot of diatoms, but this slide's not so good. Not so good. Big chunk of oscillatoria. Well, I'm going to try one more from the tardigrade tank. Let's see if I get lucky. See if I get lucky. Aquarium fish tank, yeah. The zoo I worked at for years got some samples from not just the pond there where they have flamingos and some other cool stuff. That got some of the best samples I've ever seen. But I went to the water turtle tank inside, got a couple of water samples in there, and I think one out of the fish tank as well. It was marginally interesting, not as much as you would think. I mean, if you didn't clean it for a while, it'd probably be pretty cool, but you know, they got to keep it pretty clean for the regulations and just because it's a good thing to do. So, but the pond, it gets regular water running through it and it has a pump system and a filtration system, but there's enough standing water there for, you know, algae to build up and some other stuff in a good way. That the samples I got from that pond were just amazing. So fish tanks probably only good if you don't clean it very often, but that's not good for the fishies. So this one I'm looking for tardigrades. That's kind of the right shape of a tardigrade, but it's too small. Yeah, it's just debris. Oh, I found one. And it's moving. Hello, tardigrade. Every time I get a good moss sample, I always find a tardigrade. It just takes a little while. This is dry moss, so I had to rehydrate this guy. He was basically in a stasis. And these guys are incredible. Oh, look at the cute little tardigrade. It's not moving that much because he's probably still kind of coming out of it, but got a nice color. Sometimes they're kind of a light color, but this guy's got some reddish brown going here. See the claws? Fix the lighting here a little bit. So they got 8 legs, 2 in the back section together, and then so they're kind of close together. Very nice. You see all the stuff. They're always fun because you see all the stuff moving around inside of them. As they move, all these little things squidge around inside of them. There's a lot of detail there. These guys are about 1,000 cells. You can sex them. If they don't have eggs, you can still figure out what gender they are. You can also do the you count species by claw count. Like some claws have some feet have 5 claws, some have 4 claws. Look at all that stuff moving around in there. These guys are so bizarre. And I was saying before, they have their own phylum. They're so different than everything else. And that thing that allowed them to live on the dry moss also allows them to, they go into this kind of extreme stasis called a tun state. And the tun state allows them to take them up into space, expose them to the vacuum of space, and they can revive them and they're perfectly fine. So even the cockroaches can't do that. These are basically microscopic survivors more than cockroaches. Yeah, he's really getting crazy now. He started out real slow and now he's going nuts. Going crazy. So you're seeing it from below. And if it rolls over, you can see, there you go, I think it just rolled over. If you're lucky, you can see the kind of snout pop out where it has the little stylets that come out to stab their prey. Oh, this guy's really moving. So see the back legs are right together. There's a little pair in the back segment. This guy's moving. He's really moving. Let's try a little dark field here. Nice turns. There you go. Yeah, they're pretty remarkable little guys. Terrifying if you saw one to scale, but very cute at this viewpoint. So they call them water bears because of the shape and the movement and the claws, but because they're also found on moss like this one was, and they have a kind of a snout when they're feeding, they call them moss piglets in Germany, like a translation of moss piglets. It's fun having it on the dark field. It looks like it's in space, but not the shitty space one like in the Star Trek Discovery. You ever see one of these before, Robert? Pretty wild little critters. It's funny, this light looks like it has little shoes on. So it's nice to find one I could revive. Even I almost always find them on moss. A lot of times I'll find dead ones just because, you know, it lived its life or just conditions were too bad or something. But it's nice to find a live one. Now I'm going to switch to, see if I can get a little oblique lighting on this guy, give him a little more detail. A little bit more 3D, not a ton, but a little bit more. Nice to see this color. It's a really nice color. Usually they're just slightly colored, pretty plain looking. Oh yeah, swaying walk animal. That's funny. It should be equivalent to the pear-shaped character, right? My favorite YouTube guy. Now I give a little bit of right field view. This is the typical view you would have in a normal microscope where you don't know how to do any tricks. And if you look carefully, you can see all those little particles inside moving. There's a lot of activity going on there, sloshing about when they move. And these guys, well, I'm not sure about this particular one here. It seems pretty typical size, but a couple that I found before, they're pretty big. I mean, you could barely see them naked eye. The right lighting in like a petri dish on a dissecting scope. If the light is just right, they're just under 1 millimeter in size, I think, for a good sized one. Look at all that squishy stuff in there. They're so squishy. This one has that nice kind of checkerboard pattern on it. Haven't seen one like this before. I should have zoomed in when he was not moving so much. You could see the face pretty well. He's moving quite a bit now. It'd be very hard to focus on the face. They have these little eye spots are cute. Different species. There's a lot of. I was reading a couple different articles about it. A couple different things about them. They number of claws on the legs. Size. I think segments possibly. But they always have 8 legs. They always have the same basic body plan. Different coloration. And pretty much the same life cycle, same kind of survivability. From what I read, there's a lot of variation out there, but I think there are 1,000 or maybe 2,000 species, not a lot. And again, about 1,000 cells, kind of like a rotifer. So, but much more complicated than a rotifer. They have a typical, what we, unless you study this stuff, what we normally perceive as an animal. Like it has a certain, it's bilaterally symmetrical. It's got, so it's got paired legs. It has a clear head, a clear tail. You look inside of it, it's got clear kind of little organs and little sections for, digestion and waste and reproduction and all that kind of stuff. So they look a lot more, even though they're really bizarre animals, they look a lot more like what most people are used to when they see when they say animal. Just like when they always say, "Oh, humans and animals, right?" It's like, yeah, we're also animals. So like animal's a bad term. Basically, these guys, I don't think they hybridize much. Again, I only know about what I've read in several articles and a couple documentaries I saw on these guys, little short clips and stuff. So there's a fair amount of information on them if you go digging, but it's I think most information you're going to get is from journal articles and kind of obscure publications you'd have to really work your way through because they're nerdy and technical and all that kind of stuff. The gee whiz information is not. I learned this when I was working at the zoo for many years, and not just for my own information, because you can't know everything about all the animals. There's just too many things, and new information comes to light and all that kind of stuff. And people constantly asking all this stuff, and I'm like, God, it's really great if our signage was more like San Francisco Zoo or San Diego Zoo, or they put a lot of work into it. They basically curate the information, they distill it down for the public to understand, but it's still technical enough that they're learning and they can talk the talk and all that stuff. But it was a children's zoo, and the old guard of the children's zoo, the guy who used to run the place when I first started working there, was awesome. He was like very old school, wanted to really teach kids hard science and not just coddle them like they do now in schools as well as children museums. They're very silly. They just give you a couple of basic facts or figures. They ask you a lot of questions. They expect you to go out and explore. It's like, well, if you came to an institution to learn, the institution is supposed to be a source of truth, and probably one of the few places they're going to get proper education out of, instead of a good book or a good teacher or whatever. I always thought it was our responsibility to provide the best information we could, because it might be their only exposure to it. And if they go to a bad source, they're going to learn it incorrectly, if at all, and they have to take time to unlearn it. And so by leaving it up to them to explore and ask questions, all this kind of stuff, you're not doing them a service, because you got to give them some basic information to start with that's correct, and then they can decide to go further and ask questions and all that kind of stuff. But it was the whole childhood development stuff and the dumb education stuff they were doing at the time when I was working there was just like really annoyed the shit out of me, because it's like, I know what I went through, I know what my friends went through, and I've watched like my niece and nephew grow up and other kids here and there, and kids haven't, although various social things change over time, kids haven't changed that much. They still need a certain amount of foundation. They still need a certain amount of discipline in learning stuff. Put a little hard work in there, learn the vocabulary, learn the basic bedrock stuff, and then go ask all those silly questions and all the weird stuff, and experiment on reading fringe material if you want to, but eventually hopefully come back to hard science. It's just very frustrating. So I'm glad I didn't go into education. I went off to IT and did some other stuff that was nerdy instead of what my degree was in for any length of time, because it's just, I didn't like the way they're educating kids, and I've run into a lot of these kind of kids, and they don't know anything. I mean, I had just getting ready to transfer to UC Santa Cruz, and hanging out with my instructor who died recently, and he had some former students who had gone off to Stanford. Oh, Stanford, ooh, prestigious school, right? This kid didn't know shit about anything. I mean, he was supposed to be a biology major at Stanford. I hadn't even finished my biology undergrad yet at De Anza College before I transferred to Santa Cruz. And this guy, we were just talking about stuff, and this guy was just clueless. Just casual discussions about science in the news and, you know, animal names and other biological, basic stuff you take for granted when you're into stuff. And this guy was just an idiot. I'm like, God, this guy's going to Stanford. Ugh, it's unbelievable. So I you know, a lot of it comes from what you're learning as a young kid, I think, and your exposure and good reinforcement, good information. Don't just do this touchy-feely asking questions kind of stuff. But at the time, before they decided all that, I was making new signs for the zoo with my Photoshop experience and photography experience and stuff, and you know, doing nice layouts, picking fonts that worked, and fun facts distilled down that would fit on a sign that's not too busy, but enough information that it kind of answers almost everything people ask. You know, where the animal's from, what does it eat, how long does it live, you know, what's this normal range, geographic range, you know, even stuff. I had recordings either I made or I got from online, and I was going to put these little soundboards in the signs. There's these cheap little digital recorder bits, and the kids around push the button and you can play the sound and hear the animals. And also track down the animal tracks, put them on there along with the picture of the animal. So you kind of get a whole swath of what the animal is and what the animal does. And then it got shut down because it's like, oh, I've got to ask more questions, and we want to encourage them to go out and look for stuff. And I told, you know how long it took me to find this information for just the animals we have? I went through all my books and all these websites, and I still couldn't find certain tidbits about the animals very easily. It's a lot of work. So how do you expect a kid? I mean, now with the internet, it's a little bit better, but still the internet has a lot of bad information or incorrectly transcribed information. So how are you going to expect an average kid who doesn't really know what he's doing to even know what's wrong or what's right from the information they're looking up, and even find some of the stuff? So that's kind of my argument for the whole thing. Is I was doing a lot of work in my own time and for fun because I wanted to learn more about these guys. I don't know all the details, and it's also doing a service to the public, and you know, makes us more of a serious institution. People come to us for information, source of truth kind of thing, and they just kind of pissed it all away. So that's kind of one of the many reasons I left. You know, I just got political. The people there got annoying over time, and a bunch of other reasons. And I worked there for 25 years. I think that was enough. So I'm part-time. You know, great experience with animals. Got to teach some little classes here and there, help out teachers with classes, and it was fun. It was many years of good fun, but just so crazy. Oh no, I just read back to the thing. Yeah, coronavirus, that sucks. I've been able to avoid it. I got lucky. I know everyone around me has either known somebody right next to them or, like, you know, known people directly who've gotten it. And you know, I was out shopping regularly, doing my groceries. I mean, I was wearing a mask and I got vaccinated, but you know, you can still get sick. And I didn't get a flu, I didn't get anything until I started I stopped wearing the mask on a regular basis as the conditions relaxed about 6 months ago, something like that. I finally got some kind of a flu or cold or whatever. But yeah, I didn't get coronavirus. I didn't get a really nasty flu. But I did get that one in January 2020, which is the typical NAM flu, NAM thrax stuff going to NAM convention. Because the whole world gathers there, touching, breathing on you, touching gear, picking their nose, and coughing everywhere. It's a pretty vile petri dish of humanity, touching keyboards and drum machines and door handles and everything else. surprising people don't get more sick at those things. But yeah, I hadn't been sick in years, and it was great too because of the mask. You don't breathe everyone's bad breath, and you get to work from home, so you have a little more personal time, and people just sitting at your desk at work. It's often quite boring. You can be very productive at home, and it's really nice. It's actually, I mean, I know a lot of people had a really hard time. A lot of people died, and some people are not shut-ins, and they got stir crazy and anxiety and all kinds of stuff. But man, I'm a mix of shut-in and outgoing hiking. Like I was collecting all this stuff the other day. I love going out nature hikes and nightclubs here and there, and bars and restaurants and stuff like that. But also I love quality time at home by myself or with somebody else and just chilling out. But some people can't handle that locked in feeling, and they went fucking crazy. So I totally understand. It's not me, but I understand people had that. But like a lot of people are into music and playing with stuff and microscopes, computers, whatever. The pandemic for me was kind of awesome, because I got more time to concentrate on things and not have to constantly drive all over the place in traffic, and save money on car maintenance, save money on all kinds of stuff. Less money on gas, less money on everything. But for the average person who has to work a regular, like a service job or a delivery job or frontline workers, all that kind of stuff, it was brutal. I mean, my nephew's girlfriend is a nurse, and she got hired right during the pandemic craziness. Got to see all the horrible stuff, and to this day still sees a lot of horrible stuff. So yeah, my hat's off to people like that who can do that. Just I'm glad I don't have to, but yeah, coronavirus is no fun. And yeah, the Stanford thing you mentioned earlier there. I know people who went there on like football scholarships, or had family that worked there, or family friends that work there. You can get shoe in for anything. You can get donate some money. People. So yeah, the Stanford stigma of like, oh, it's almost Ivy League on the West Coast. It's kind of a joke. I mean, there are some good teachers there. There are some good programs there and stuff. But I've met plenty of goofballs who either going there or have gone there that were not impressive at all. So I mean, I have plenty of people who went to other famous schools too. I mean, hell, Trump supposedly went to Wharton Business School, which is a great school, and look at that guy. So probably bought his way through graduation, but still, they like to throw the names around. Oh, I went here, I went there, I did all this kind of stuff. It's like, so what? What do you know? What are you doing with what you know? And what kind of person are you? That's the most important stuff. Not that you got a piece of paper that says you got a certain degree that you're not really understanding or using, or you just overall have a bad attitude. Who needs it? So Wikipedia can be reliable, but you really have to know the material, unfortunately, because if you don't have a grounding in the material, whether it's, biology, chemistry, medicine, mathematics, history, all kinds of stuff in there has no citations or mixed citations. And if you don't know enough to know it's wrong, because some of it looks legit, even though it's not. I mean, I go in there and laugh sometimes and go, yeah, that's pretty wrong. But I can see why people would think it's real. That's why a lot of instructors have basically for years said don't use Wikipedia as a reference, because it's too open and not vetted properly. But I go in there all the time, and it even helped me with my animal sign project. I found all kinds of cool fun facts about the animals, and I was able to cross-reference information there at other sites eventually to verify, yes, Wikipedia did have it right. But I'll never use it as a single source unless it's a material I already know pretty well, like something in chemistry or physics or biology or some medicine stuff or astronomy, because at least I have enough background that I'll know if it's total bullshit. I won't be an expert in it necessarily, but the average person who doesn't have any expertise is going there to learn is really at a disadvantage. So again, that's why I put so much work into those sites, because teach people about these animals that just couldn't find reliable information. I mean, even some of the best websites. San Diego Zoo had an awesome website, but it's missing all kinds of shit that I needed. Even this microorganism stuff, protozoans and algae and all kinds of stuff. Man, I went to so many websites when I first started working as a naturalist at the Palo Alto Baylands, using their microscopes to do stuff for the public. And it was a slog, there's not good books out on this stuff. Not really. Websites are from various universities. Some of the best websites I found. One was in Germany, one was in Japan, one was in like Scandinavia somewhere. A couple things in the U.S., but I mean, I had to dig and dig and dig and dig just to find good reference sites for good pictures, good identifying things, so I could key out some of the animals, not just looking at a picture, but a little more information to kind of cross-reference to find out that's exactly what I was looking at and not something that's similar. God, it was a nightmare. So the internet's still, it can be a really great reference, but man, there's stuff all over the place that's mixed bag, and you get a piece of the puzzle, you got to keep digging, and then you got to have that persistence. And luckily I did, because I had all that free time at the place when the public wasn't there, and I'm just looking at birds out the window and stuff. So I had time to, on the job, do stuff there and also on my free time at home, and it was a blast. This poor tardigrade just kind of stopped moving, so I'm hoping it's not, maybe it didn't find the food it wanted, or it's overheating, or it's not healthy. I'm not sure. It's pretty much stopped moving completely. That makes me a little bit sad, because he just revived from the dried moss. Oh, the vegetarians with the fish, yeah. It's like, oh, I'm lacto-ovo vegetarian. I'm a pescatarian / vegetarian. It's like, yeah, no. I was vegan in college because it was easy in Santa Cruz, and I really was looking out for the animal welfare, as well as dietary things and stuff. And cheese is just a weakness. I had to break down and go back to eating cheese. I loved cheese growing up, good quality cheese. So it's a real, it was not so hard to go back to doing that, but I still don't eat any kind of meat stuff. When I travel worldwide and I don't have a lot of options, obviously you have to eat what you have to eat. And some places I've been to in Brazil and Argentina and stuff like that, I couldn't find any vegetarian food, because even if it's mostly veggies, it has pieces of meat in it, or cooked with meat broth or something like that. So I mean, you can't, it's very hard unless you know exactly where you're going and plan ahead, and I didn't know at the time, so it's just kind of got to be realistic and eat what you got to eat. But yeah, it's good stuff. Tickets for 5 bands, wow. I was gonna go see Depeche Mode, but the fucking tickets are like, just starting price is like $200. I'm like, I don't like them that much. I mean, especially not now that it's not their real band, and most, I mean, Alan Wilder was there for a while. He was a killer, right? And I saw the Playing the Angel tour, and it was pretty good, but they weren't as good as they used to be from my point of view, even though I still enjoyed it. And I think it's the only time I ever got to see them. I don't think I saw Depeche Mode before that. So again, it was one of those, it was going to be a landmark concert for me because I get to see them. Just like I went to see The Who at the Shark Tank many years ago, before Entwistle died. And, it was cool, but is a horrible venue for the acoustics. Same thing when I went to go see Duran Duran and Chic. You know, great music, great musicians, playing at the Warriors Stadium there in San Francisco, whatever the hell it's called. It's horrible acoustics. So that's one of the things I don't like about a lot of concerts now. They use these multi-purpose areas. I went to go see Rammstein down in LA at the Memorial Coliseum. It's open air, so it sounds great, it looks great. There's beautiful, like, massive pyrotechnics, and no worry about burning the building down because you have open air. And it was a huge show compared to what I saw they had to do at certain places on their tour where they couldn't do full-on massive plumes of fire and stuff. Awesome show. Sounded great, looked great, everything. And that's, you know, I saw Pink Floyd Division Bell tour back in the 90s in Oakland Arena. Same thing. The Coliseum there. It's the open air. Looked great, sounded great. But these multi-purpose sports arenas, poor acoustics. It's just a bummer. You know, it's a real bummer. It just screws everything up. So Radiohead, the Greek Theater in Berkeley, again, open air. It's awesome. Just, those are my favorite kind of venues. I think the slide dried up. I wasn't watching. Poor tardigrade got dry. So I wasn't watching. I think that's what happened. Sorry, buddy. Here I am yakking about all kinds of random stuff. Not looking out for my little buddy. But since they do the stasis, he's probably in stasis actually. He's probably not dead. He just stopped moving. I bet if I put him aside, give him a break for a while, add some water, he'll be back in business. Yeah, I never tried to edit any articles on Wikipedia. It's a good idea, but I had heard bad things, and I don't know. No, I think the water bears, just this slide is, looks like the slide is dried up. Everything's pretty much gone on here. I don't even see the wave of water, and nothing is swimming. So it's okay. I'll just rinse him back into this little cup, and I can always revive him later. So let me just move that now. But hey, what a way to end the stream with a bang. Wonderful shots of tardigrades. Love these guys. Lovely little tardigrades. Yeah, if you go back and look at my launch video, I have a couple very short clips of it in a similar view, but then you can actually see him on the there's a shot I have from my dissecting scope where he's in a dish of water. It's just a little white guy, almost like a tiny grain of rice with little bumps on it. And he's just, you can see him kind of swimming and kind of doing his thing. But that's how they normally look. They're kind of opaque, semi-opaque, translucent little guys, and about a little smaller than a millimeter, and just all over the place. They're pretty cool. You can find. I always find them on moss. Ever since I was told about the moss piglet thing, and that's all. I only ever look for them on moss now. I don't bother. I did find them in the gutter the other day, or in a puddle somewhere, but that was just luck. I didn't expect to find it, so that was kind of special. I'm going to take these little containers and put them in the fridge. But yeah, otherwise it was quite an interesting little set of slides there. I mean, it's had some really good slides. I got lucky. Very, very nice. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see the other Depeche Mode tours. I saw Playing the Angel, and I guess I just missed them. I'm not paying attention to the shows like I used to. Like, I was kind of bummed I missed Tangerine Dream when they came through before Edgar died. Even though it wasn't the same kind of show they used to have. It would have been fun to see him perform once with the band. Just I like Thorsten's version of it too. He's pretty good, but It's not the same. It's not Tangerine Dream. It's basically something else. But it's still good, though. I'm glad he's carrying the torch. But yeah. Very, very successful hunt for stuff. You guys have any other questions or curious about anything before I shut everything down? I'm gonna get some more fungi this weekend, I hope. Proper fungi, mushrooms and stuff if I can. The season I think was kind of short. Even though it had a lot of rain, I don't think the temperature was just right. So the fruiting bodies didn't come out like they're supposed to. I should have seen a whole bunch the other day, even though it's a little late in the season. There should have been remnants of them at least, because the weather's been pretty consistently wet and cold. Yeah, who knows? You never know. Yeah, no problem, Lone. Glad you came by. Did you, are you from the Hardware Jams group, or did you come from the, when I mentioned it on the Line show with Jimmy Snow, or one of those other places? I've advertised my stream a few other places, but I can't remember how many people came from where. It's kind of fun to keep track of that. I try to, just before the show, I did announce it on Twitter and announce it on Instagram and on Facebook, but I'm still not catching that many people, so it's fun though. I don't mind having a small group. Oh, you're on the Line, cool, yeah. The Line's hilarious. I love that fucking show. I was actually watching a bunch of the Forrest Valkai streams the other day. That guy's hilarious. Doing the the discussions with the religious guys, or reviewing their. He has a thing called. Has a little bacteria logo. Reacteria, I think it calls it. Hilarious. So good. Yeah, the Line is great. I've been a fan of Dillahunty for a while too. He's fun. But Jimmy's hilarious, and when Forrest is on there with some other people, it's just a really good show. So I really enjoy that a lot. It's hard not to watch it. I catch up all the time now. I used to miss it a bunch, but now I'm pretty good about catching it. So it's good stuff. So I try to put in a little word there once in a while that Jimmy seems to be. I don't know if he's ever watched my show, but he's definitely very kind to mention it when I've donated and made some kind words about their show. He's Aaron Raw. I don't know if Aaron Raw watched my thing either. He said he was going to watch it, but he might have just been saying that. But that's okay. He's got other stuff to do. He's busy with all of his snakes. So I used to love the snake stuff. We had a lot of snakes at the zoo, but I never had any personally. It's just a lot of work, and I don't have any pets right now. These are my pets, my little microscopic pets. So, oh, Jimmy said he did watch it. Oh, cool. I'm gonna have to ask him in the chat next time. I'm curious which one he watched, because he's got to watch some of these recent ones. I've been finding some pretty amazing stuff, and it's it's just dumb luck. It's not anything about me. It's just some of the critters I'm finding, and now I have a better camera. The quality is so much better. I think he would really like it this time versus whenever he caught it before. So, good stuff. Well, thanks again for coming by. I was going to start scheduling these things, but with work and a bunch of this shit going on, it's really hard for me to schedule this stuff. So I kind of do it when I feel like it, when I have free time and work's not kicking my ass, and I'm not working on some music stuff. So it's usually around this time of night, like 7-ish to 10 or midnight or whatever, on a given weeknight. Sometimes on the weekends it's hard, but so just keep your eye out, please. And like I said, I'm doing some more fungi soon, probably this weekend, and then I'll just start doing other stuff, The rain's been really good. I've been finding a lot of standing water, so I get find a lot of different critters and various water sources. I'm going back to the zoo soon. My friend still works there. He had cancer for a while, but he's back at work. And that just water sample I got from that pond was one of the best things ever. So that's one of the first things I'm doing when I go back there is go right to that pond and get some water samples. So can't wait. So yeah, I'm dragging it out here, but thanks again. I appreciate it. And thanks again, Wagyu, if you're still here. I'm sure Robert's long gone because he probably went back to sleep, or maybe he's working now. And Manny and everyone else who came by, good stuff. All the Pauls. Thanks again, guys. You're watching the playback. And yeah, please let anyone else know who's into this stuff, who doesn't mind long form, wacky banter about random stuff, music, and whatever else we talk about. I try to make it as fun as possible and not too nerdy and not too much vocabulary and stuff, because even though I like that stuff, I know a lot of people don't. And it's more just to have fun exploration. And as you can see, a lot of the stuff I find, unless I've really seen them a lot, I don't know everything when I see it. So I still have to do some research, talk to some friends who know this stuff, if I want to find out what the hell some of these critters are, because they're hard to identify sometimes. But anyway, thanks again, guys. I'll catch you later, okay? Hey, Wagyu, do an Osmos demo before I forget. Hope I get mine in a couple weeks or sooner. Can't wait. See ya.